Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis Podcast. It's your host, Vikka Draziv. Guys, welcome to the show. But yes, what an awesome topic and conversation we have got today. Well, we guys are supposed to be reviewing this debate, a review of the debate of Mr. Karenism, right? Or we knew we won't be able to do it in one podcast, right? So that's why we want to continue today because last week we had open lines and some people just few jumped in and the topic like it was just going in every direction. And it was already too late. So also because it was a fan boy from Austin here, so yeah, we just got diverted a bit. But all good. We'll try to see what we can cover tonight. Yeah, we have few things to share too. So yeah, get comfortable, get your popcorn, tea, wine, spliff, whatever makes you comfortable. And yeah, let's jump in with today's topic. And yes, the lines are open tonight too. Anybody's welcome. We are not that kind of a channel where you have to be in the only if you're in the club, you are invited to the channel. No, this channel is open for any flat earther. But there's a catch, right? Not only flat earther, right? You want to share your truth, you want to tell your story, you have anything good to add to the conversation or for the community, this channel is open for that, right? First of all, you have to be a flat earther. And one more important thing, there might be many more important things, but for right now, the more important thing is uh, if you're a fanboy of Mr. Austin, you're not welcome here, right? Other than that, anybody welcome, share your stuff, feel at home, right? Even though if you don't agree with us, people are welcome, right? Other than that, for sure there would be more in the future. But alrighty, let's say hello to my co-host and brother Gene. Gene, how are you? As you're saying, the Matrix got us tonight, right?
Oh, bro. Yeah, guys. What's up, Vika? What's up, everybody in the chat? How's everybody doing? The week went by so fast, bro. I don't even know what happened last week. It's like, so, yeah, guys, I was backstage waiting for Vika, and Vika was backstage waiting for me, and neither one of us saw each other. It was the strangest thing. We both clicked out, clicked in. We eventually got here, and now I'm looking at the chat, and everybody seems to have some new number after their name. I never had a number after my name, so it's like, yeah, the Matrix is in full swing tonight, guys. So, well, hey, never a dull moment, right? So yeah, let's get this show started so we can finish everything and cover everything you wanted to cover, Vika, and let's all respect that. When it's time to go, it's time to go, man. Vika stayed up to like I think it was 3 in the morning or something like that. It was
6 a.m., brother. Six was 6
six in the
a.m.
yeah, bro. That's right. 8 o'clock to till 12, bro. It was just like let's just try to keep everything within a reasonable amount of time for that reason, guys. Right. So yeah, definitely, bro. I can't wait to finish this one up and see what you got to bring because I still haven't seen this yet. So yeah, guys, have a good time. Good to see everybody, and have fun.
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. But what is it number shit with everybody's handle? What is it actually? I don't understand from where is the numbers coming.
Dude, I have no
Uh,
idea.
it's an ID. Is what is it? What is it? An ID or something
Exactly.
of
Yeah,
the Matrix?
they're friggin' numbering us or something. Everybody's got one too. I think that Stephanie's got a good one. 1980. That's a good one.
But why is that? Because there is some people who've got some no, right? For example, the Nate X, the original X, doesn't have a number.
Oh, really?
Yep, yeah.
Stephanie says
Even
every toe is
Proxy,
sustained.
Ira also don't have number.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Nate don't have one. Hey Nate, what's up, buddy? I didn't see you say hello to me. Sorry about that.
DJ New Moon don't have a number, but what is his number? I don't know what the hell is that.
I don't know, man.
True Earth Whisperer don't have one. No, you don't have, bro.
5976. Sounds
Oh
like
yeah,
prison.
they were.
Sounds like prison numbers.
Yeah, Stephanie also. Hello to Stephanie, and it's she got 1980. Holy shit! I don't get that. What is happening? Anyway, guys, the link is there for anyone to jump in and say hello. The panel is open. If you guys want to add something to the conversation. Oh yeah, Queen M. Also, you got 2225, 2225. Justin is 4618. Maybe play a lottery or something with those number. Who knows? Maybe
Yeah, if
become
you win, I'd
rich.
watch out.
Oh yeah. Just wanna play this first. One thing. One moment.
See what happens when you wear a copper, family? All that oxygen gets stripped from your epidermis, you feel me? That's my actual skin color, and that's a lot of you guys' skin color too.
Did you hear that, Gene?
We are the
See what
avatars.
happens when you wear a copper, family? All that oxygen gets stripped from your epidermis, you feel me? That's my actual skin color, and that's a lot of you guys' skin color too.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that on mine, bro. I like
What?
the
So,
I like the tarnish that it has on it.
oh yeah, oh yeah. But the green part is part of the process that it's like also is reacting with your skin and with the sweat, right? And what that green thing is also doing is like it's kind of oxidation, right? And which helps
Right.
is that is what helps in avoiding any kind of right V word or anything else, right? Because it's the conductivity and everything. That the same thing happens with the bottle too, right? When it's having oxidation, so that oxidation is which has got those ions that helps to keep the unwanted things at bay, right? So yeah. One more thing, as
All the
always.
ancients used to wear copper. First of all, before I tell you, you must understand the meridians of the human body. So your body has these meridian lines. It's basically how electrical energy flows through the body through these lines and gives energy to these specific organs and places within your body. Now, copper, the atoms of copper vibrate very highly and they give off a lot of etheric energy. So by wearing copper around these meridian lines enhances the flow of energy within your body. Okay, so let's say you have a joint pain in your wrist, you'd wear a copper, bracelet, and this will enhance the energy flow and give energy to these bones and meridians, which will help rejuvenate the wrist. Or you can just wear them in general to increase the flow of electrical energy within your body and sync up with a higher consciousness.
Oh yeah. So want to give a quick shout out to Tarita from Slovenia for getting two bracelets. Awesome. Really appreciate that support. And also, very, very big shout out to Christopher from Florida for getting two bottles and two bracelets. So awesome. Really, really appreciate that support. And if anybody else want to get one of these, you have the link in the description. And also, you have got Gene's link where you can find some amazing frames and artwork. Oh yeah, you can find that link, both of them in the description. Alrighty, so before we get into that debate review, somebody tagged me tonight also in one of our video, which I like to play. Alrighty, so let me get this. Oh, 1 second. Present video file. There we have it.
Me saying something you don't actually believe in. Where is anyone doing that? And I didn't lie about TFE at all. No better time than now when we have to come up with $800 to keep the RV moving, and majority of the donations that were sent on behalf of the entire tour are, let's just say, MIA. And so if you donated money earlier, I hate to say it, but if you didn't donate it to me, then, we
Before we continue, guys, you know how old is this video? This clip, at least, this part. You have any idea, Gene?
No.
This is the time when Mr. Austin and Nathan were doing a trip together.
Nathan who?
Nathan Thompson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were in that trip, and he was blaming Nathan for keeping the money from the donations and the trip. And
Really?
oh yeah. You
never
know
heard-
about that. We spoke a few times about that, right? That he was trying to, in a way, blame Nathan about Nathan keeping the money, and right. For sure, many people in the chat know about that. This was also one of the tour that they made, and it's the same shit. It's the same shit, right? Is you're crying about, instead of donating to the link they had together with Nathan, that they sent him directly because Nathan was taking all the money. That's what he is saying, right?
Right.
The same freaking movie of all the time, haunting people.
aren't in possession of it at all. It's the only way the money will actually go to the RV and to the Clown World Tour. Can I send it to Nathan? No.
He says the donation goes to the Clown World Tour.
No.
Holy.
That's my whole point. I told everyone to send it to him, and now we're sitting here with $800 bill for the RV where all the donations.
Holy shit, dude. Dude, man.
going to the tour aren't going to help fix it. People are spiraling because I put up a GoFundMe for like 10K. I only did that because I needed 20K, and I didn't even.
Yeah, I just need it. I just need it. No, why I need it, right? No, I need it, right? Or I'm doing some project and this and that. Maybe he was trying to, this so-called setting up the debate and this whole seminar and summit. Maybe it was for that, right? Maybe he should have told the people, right? But maybe if he would have told the people, then he would be debating Jaren there for sure. No, just give me 10,000. No, I need 20,000, but just give me 10,000, right?
Yeah, really. That doesn't make great sense. Then what are you going to do? Go back from another 10 when you don't have the rest of it? Just come out square and tell people what you need. Maybe somebody would hand them the money.
Oh yeah.
Let it go all the way through, and it ended, and I never got much at all, and still need it, and like it's just like.
Michelle in the chat says send money for sleeves.
Oh yeah. Okay, we'll play this again.
Keep
For
the
a
RV
moment.
moving, and majority of the donations that were sent on behalf of the entire. Grifting is making money saying something you don't actually believe in. Where is anyone doing that? And I didn't lie about TFE at all. No better time than now when we have to come up with $800 to keep the RV moving, and majority of the donations that were sent on behalf of the entire tour are, let's just say, MIA. And so if you donated money earlier, I hate to say it, but if you didn't donate it to me, then we.
Yeah, I hate to say it. It's just spent in things that it is not was supposed to be. right? And now I need more, right? What the fuck these people have done, yeah, for the community. This the same shit everywhere, all the time. You're gonna get so much. Become a freaking VIP member. You're gonna get this and you're gonna that. And you're just gonna get word salad. This is what you're gonna freaking get. Always. Fund these people, freaking conning people everywhere they go. Everywhere. If these people are doing online all this shit, imagine when the people are meeting him in person. What these guys might be up to. Freaking living off people's hard-earned money. And other truthers are the representatives of the flat earth. Elected by whom? Self-elected, right? That's the fucking reason. It's not going anywhere.
We aren't in possession of it at all. It's the only way the money will actually go to the RV and to the Clown World Tour. Can I send it to Nathan? No. That's my whole point. I told everyone to send it to him, and now we're sitting here with $800 bill for the RV where all the donations going to the tour aren't going to help fix it.
People are spiraling because I put up a GoFundMe for like 10K. I only did that because I needed 20K, and I didn't even let it go all the way through, and it ended, and I never got much at all, and still need it. And like it's just like a miracle at the stuff I've been trying to pull off, right?
Yeah, it's always trying to pull off some way or the other. Always something is needed, something is required, but nothing fucking tangible and something in conditions are coming out of these people other than the word salads, right? Shit you cannot prove. You're gonna go and argue with the Globers about that shit. It's like same shit what the Globers cannot prove. You're creating flat earth shit, which you cannot prove. So yeah, this the same shit like the people who understand, like, oh, the people who are doing things for us. No, the Globers, they believe in all the shit because they think the academics are doing all things and thinking and everything we required. So the same thing this person is doing for flat earth. All the shit and blabbering, you cannot prove it. Oh yeah, the vapes are getting expensive. Yeah, we know that.
Dude, I thought there would be people that would know, bro. I would never go ask for that for just no reason. So people are hating. I'm like, bro, I am the one that tried to go this whole time without asking for like any GoFundMe or anything, bro. You guys can chill.
Are people hating on that? They don't. I mean, people also don't know that we had some issues with.
I don't know if you guys can really see on the screen, but it's all the different ones. Even he's saying that no, he didn't do any GoFundMe. There were all the time there was things up. All the time, even and especially before going to also to the TFE shit. I don't know if you guys can read on the screen
What the meaning of out-of-pocket expenses are, what the meaning of expenses are. We took it as meaning that if we needed to spend money that we otherwise wouldn't have, that was considered an expense for the trip. But
I only created it last minute because I was trying to avoid doing it. And this one was like, oh, so what's it unprepared then? It's like sort of, yeah.
Well, yeah,
but I mean, not really. Yeah. I started a funding goal on Ko-fi for different little like equipment and like just money to have in case I have to pay for things because I'm not gonna be able to pay for it.
Right.
If there's any situation I need to pay for something while I'm there, we're in trouble. So
yes, I know the feeling.
But yeah, and then just like I put some of the stuff in there about a tripod and then batteries and stuff for the camera that I thought I had that I don't have.
Yeah, so they just go to Ko-fi.com, ko-fi.com/what? Witsit?
Mm-hmm.
Or Witsit gets it?
Witsit.
WITSIT. So go there if you want to support him. We already funded my funding.
I don't know if you guys can read here what is on the screen, but there's some guy called Tony who donated him almost $230 for some telemetry software. And he was promised to give some data, some real data, right? Never happened, right? And this guy is really explaining that he's a pensionist and he's still helping for the truth. And he saw that nothing fucking came back from this shit, and he asked him back for his money, which was supposed to go to another charity, right? Really needed charity. And he never heard back from him. So there are 2 or 3 cases here in this video. But you imagine how many people have to be more who would have said, fuck it, I don't want to be in this shit. I better just disappear, instead of telling that. How many people have been conned? Go ahead, Gene.
No, I'm good.
And with receipts, the guy is showing how he did all the, just making somebody from the internet making shit up that I paid him so much, and the guy is putting the receipt there. Alrighty. Let's get back to the review. Let's see if I can find it. Alrighty, it's here.
Just want to make sure it's clear.
And, hand it over
because people are very confused. Some people thought that I was involved in this summit.
right, because it affirms the consequent. And
it's an illogical premise. So isn't that Austin because he doesn't understand it? I guess I don't understand. How is it an illogical premise?
And in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I couldn't.
One moment. I'll play this one first.
With it, right? When I first got into Flat Earth, tons of midnight sun in the north footage, nothing of the south. We point that out. Then one pops up that year and it's faked. They take the end and they stitch it onto, or they take the beginning and stitch it onto the end and just pretend it's 24 consecutive hours. It was literally faked. And then we caught it, got gaslit about it, and then they came out and admitted they did do that. What was your third question that I forgot? Did we? What is there a 24-hour?
Yeah.
Say again?
Footage. The 24-hour live footage.
So live footage. So by that you mean there's like 24 hours consecutively unedited.
Yeah, because that's.
Yeah, now he forgot the definition. Yeah, now he even forgot the definition of a live footage. Yeah, because he's trying to make shit up in the mind to spew out.
We want 48 half-hour clips.
Or 4 dozen. Or 2 dozen, sorry. 2 dozen.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's 4 dozen, right?
Oh, yeah. Or is it? No. 12 plus 12. 2 dozens, right?
4. 12 times 4.
No, if it's 24 hours.
Well, yeah, 24 times 2. Half-hour clip.
Divide by 2 is 12, right?
Well, times 2. If you had half-hour clip.
Right,
Yeah.
That's what was basically, they faked it for years, and then that's what was promised.
So yes. Okay. So live stream, when we got there, they tried to set up a live stream, and this is one of their excuses for not giving us the Wi-Fi. They didn't want to take any chances with the bandwidth. They wanted to go live. Mark was there and tried to put it on Candace's Rumble. They set up a phone to do, and you had to manually move it and track it. At like 12 hours, a little after 12 hours, the phone crashed. So the live stream didn't work.
And yeah, one last thing is the 24-hour live stream that we attempted down there. There were a couple of factors that happened. So Will brought his own Starlink. He brought this gigantic, it's like a marine, it's like a $2,500 antenna because you need a special Starlink for Antarctica, apparently. So he set it up at home. He tested it. It worked. Didn't leave it powered up for long and brought it down to Antarctica. Apparently, it required a software update, which went at 3 o'clock in the morning, Antarctica time, which was still broad daylight down there. And that took it offline. So you saw that with McToon's live stream.
Yeah, same like NASA, right? Something goes wrong in the last moment, and that is the reason you have the main data and main shit that you went for, right? Enjoy the show.
Stream, he got kicked off at 3 o'clock. It sucks. He should have done that software update before, but there was really no way of knowing that was going to happen. The other factor was we were using Will's cell phone to stream to Rumble. And
Dude, these guys spent so many thousands of dollars, and they were depending on each other's cell phones. Dude, he was supposed to be a fucking producer, right? He just went there to make the movie. Why didn't he use his gadgets to fucking get that 24-hour sun in one go?
And Rumble is a great platform. I'm a big fan of their free speech initiative.
Yeah, talk shit that it doesn't make sense. What the fuck we have to do if Rumble is a free speech? Where is the data? Where is the fucking 24-hour live feed with all those gadgets and movie production and all that shit and relying on a mobile phone to get the real data?
Yeah, after they spend how much on a special router for it?
Yeah, the Starlink.
$2,500.
And lack of censorship, but it's not quite as robust as YouTube. So
and yeah, what the fuck Rumble? Why not YouTube? There are people who are doing live for days without any problem. If not in 1080p, at least in 720p. You guys could have done even in fucking 144p if you guys wanted to. Here he's explaining us the difference between Rumble and YouTube. No one of you had a YouTube freaking channel to do a live. Yeah, each one of you would have tried from a different live and keep it going. These guys were not there for real science. Or this whole trip. That's why it's just bullshit.
we were using the Rumble Studio app on Will's Android phone, and
But don't Will do his lives on fucking YouTube? Why didn't he do that? Why didn't Vapsit do it? Why didn't Jared? They're all the time freaking doing live streams, right?
Yeah.
Nothing is working? Really? Dude, you can leave on a live and you can just leave something playing and you can go and come next day and that live is going to be on with StreamYard. And there are many other platforms like StreamYard. And you can do directly on YouTube too, if you don't want to do with StreamYard, right? these guys were showing you the green screen issue because Mr. Will Duffy was using his StreamYard Studio or OBS. I don't think he's using OBS, but yeah. Why not YouTube? It was one of the most easiest. YouTube don't cut your life like TikTok, or you have to do a puzzle or something like that. No, StreamYard. And with StreamYard, you can do maybe 5-6 places if you have the paid version at a time. Right? YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch. That's what you can do at a time. No, these guys were Rumble because, yeah, maybe Rumble was financing that, right? Maybe that's why they're doing that ad of Rumble here.
That we had trouble getting it started. I don't know if any of you saw it, but it started in black and you could hear me, but you couldn't see us. Then we finally got the video on there. And so that was going great. We were manually moving the camera to track the sun. But when we got kicked off the internet, when Starlink did its reboot, that app would not let us rejoin the live stream without completely starting over, deleting the link, start creating a new link. And that wasn't something that I was able to do in Antarctica. So
you're a fucking production house. You're from a production house. You don't know how to set up a live stream, bro. Whoever's freaking hired you should think 20 times.
Our executive producer that I worked with created that link. He was in London at the time. He was long asleep by that point. So,
oh yeah, that guy was slept. Nothing. He's done. We don't have choice.
Yeah, how does he know he was sleeping too?
Maybe he was doing something else, right? But he just figured it out.
A lot of excuses, bro.
it didn't seem like it was a hill worth dying on at that point. I wish we could have used YouTube. I wish we didn't have to deal with.
What the fuck? We wish we could have used YouTube. Did somebody stop you guys? For fuck's sake. Like, I wished we would have used YouTube. Digest that, guys. Just because of that, we don't have a 24-hour live stream of the main thing that the people were waiting from these people. Because they didn't realize that YouTube was a better option. That's the reason we don't have a 24-hour live feed. Maybe next con, right? Next year or maybe in a few years again, the con to rip the people off. Maybe this time they're going to have YouTube.
The Starlink update in the middle of the night. But things happen.
Starlink, you imagine a Starlink update right in the time when you're supposed to have a 24-hour live stream. Imagine, guys. Imagine that. Miss Elon Musk send an update like how Mr. Gates torture us with his updates on Windows. Now, Elon Musk was torturing these people right in the moment there was an update, guys. Are you guys updating or not? It's time to update.
Rumble Studio app on Will's Android phone, and that we had trouble getting it started. I don't know if any of you saw it, but it started in black and you could hear me, but you couldn't see us. Then we finally got the video on there. And so that was going great. We were manually moving the camera to track the sun. But when we got kicked off the internet, when Starlink did its reboot, that app would not let us rejoin the live stream without completely starting over, deleting the link, start creating a new link. And
well, what's the problem? Try again. If not, try again. If not, you're another person with another account in another platform. Try again. So that live broke on Rumble. So that's it. We gave a try, right? And it's so hard to just program another link. It's so hard, guys.
We're in Antarctica and the phone's not working, so we give up. That makes sense.
that wasn't something that I was able to do in Antarctica. So our
What? He wasn't able to reprogram a live stream in Antarctica? Really?
Why?
Listen again, guys.
that took it offline. So you saw that with McToon's live stream. He got kicked off at 3:00. It sucks. He should have done that software update before, but there was really no way of knowing that was going to happen. The other factor was we were using Will's cell phone to stream to Rumble. And Rumble is a great platform. I'm a big fan of their free speech initiative and lack of censorship, but it's not quite as robust as YouTube. So,
what you're saying, Gene?
Right there. He likes the lack of censorship and freedom of speech. He's just covering up for them.
Oh, yeah.
we were using the Rumble Studio app on Will's Android phone, and that we had trouble getting it started. I don't know if any of you saw it, but it started in black and you could hear me, but you couldn't see us. Then we finally got the video on there. And so that was going great. We were manually moving the camera to track the sun. But when we got kicked off the internet, when Starlink did its reboot, that app would not let us rejoin the live stream without complete.
It just rebooted itself right in the moment. Like Elon Musk had that. He was getting all the data. He says, screw this. And he stopped it. Right? Hey, shout out to Ironworks, brother, for the super chat. I tried. Best excuse ever. Oh, yeah. The best part is he's telling the people that just because that stream broke, or whatever got offline, it was so difficult for them to set up another live stream. That's it. This is the fucking excuse he's giving us. Yeah. He's giving us an excuse that the app rebooted itself in the time they were supposed to do the live stream. These are the excuses. And the other excuse is that YouTube would have been a better option than Rumble. They didn't realize it. None of them say, hey, fuck Rumble, we'll do on YouTube. No. Damn, we missed that opportunity, right? Hey, what's up, Ira? How are you doing?
Great to see you guys. I wanted to share with you all. So regarding the tea about this TFE nonsense, Tom, Zetetic Tom, Zetetic Truth Tube, he sent me what he's working on for his next video, like last night through Google Drive. Dude, I didn't know exactly what this Jaren character's freaking scammer background was before he did the pretending to be the flat earth thing. It's crazy, man. Like it turns out he went to a college, an all-male Catholic Jesuit college. And it says so on the website. And I have it pulled up right here. It's insane. Insane tea. Tom found some really wild tea about him. It said he attended Bellarmine College Preparatory. I don't know if I can flip my camera or whatever, but yeah, this is crazy. Like, he attended something called Bellarmine, and it says he lives in Monterey, California. And he even has in a description of his channel about the level of deception perpetrated on the public. And then Jaron goes to say, as a former Catholic who broke free to become an atheist, he's whatever. He's a Jesuit. He's ideologically inclined. But then right here on Bellarmine College Preparatory, you go on their main website and it says Catholic Jesuit education since 1851. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But I should tell you guys the timestamp inside of my Escaping the Matrix special kind of exposes the TFE stuff, like regarding like a supercut of the chats I was attending with you guys. It's like I have it written down. It says it's at the 7-hour 54 minute and 06 minute the 7-hour 54 minute mark of a new special I have with Taylor Price called Escaping the Matrix. But if anybody listening along wants, to use any of what I worked hard to compile there, that's a great supercut of a lot of different episodes from the Vikka chat about this podcast and what we were doing to expose the $500,000 RV while he was, doing the thing, but the very humorous way of analyzing it. But I just figured I'd bring some stuff to the table, and I don't know if you guys knew he went to a Jesuit college.
We could be surprised, brother. Now with whatever would come out with these people, it won't be a surprise.
Yeah, and,
right?
and then there's a criminal record saying Jaron Campanella is a known scammer and extortionist. And he does it's something called Bitcoin Talk Scammer. So Tom found a freaking email between him and a guy named Michael about how he does this flip thing, threatening to drain people's bank account if you don't get it by 6:00 p.m. Whatever they do. This is wild shit. But be on the lookout for Tom's new video. Yeah, it's coming soon, and it's absolute tea. It'll probably get censored, but
oh yeah, Tom really digs in. So yeah, would be interesting, but wouldn't be surprising because only the VIPs.
Let's pay $500 to have digital dinner with these guys. I can't. It's insane, dude.
I couldn't believe that when I saw that. $250 for half an hour or something crazy. It's like, what? You gotta be kidding me.
You don't want to just go grab a slice of pizza down the street with your friends? Oh, is it because they don't have friends? What the fuck?
Oh, this is the thing, right? In the end, it was like using flat earth to do the conning. This was the thing. The con artists.
Yeah, it's like a conduit because it's something it's the biggest growing movement ever. Even people who are, let's say they were ever fascinated with astrophysics, any of those people are starting to quickly figure out that we're onto something. And it's just, it's growing because it's objectively true. It's crazy. But they figured they'd just piggyback onto that movement and extract as much wealth as possible, but while expanding. I know, again, I still have my theories about these guys just receiving secret bags of money, but whatever, it's just what's this word salad shit that Austin always throws down? He's always using the debating ethics terminology that you get from colleges, and it's like, what? It's baffling to me, and I just can't believe these guys are just up to this shit.
Oh, yeah, but it's not getting anywhere. No, it's not getting anywhere because just being so formal and so having in that format, but you're not really giving anything out. all the Globers, especially McToon and other guys, they were having fun with him.
Yeah. And Austin went on and continuously, I remember seeing so many times he was like, we don't have a model of the Earth. It's like, okay, but you're gonna fail to mention the Antikythera mechanism or the plasma moon map. Got it. You're just gonna leave those out and buy time for the NWO. Got it.
Oh yeah, McToon and Craig and all these guys, they have jingles made from Austin saying we don't have a model. And if there's a jingle, they use it. We don't have a model. We don't have a model. This is that's what I'm saying. That is the freaking reason I went to on the debate with
You're like,
McToon,
yes,
because
we
these
do.
clowns were not mentioning and being buffooned, right?
Yeah, for real. It's insane. Absolutely wild. But yeah, it's like more and more better edited compilations are coming up, and I think it's just we're gonna have to keep playing video volleyball and retain context about all this. That's all there is. Like right now, a lot of these cool videos exist, and they're just scattered throughout TikTok. But for anybody listening along, if you've got really good compilations or you've edited stuff about this, you'd like to see some of these edits, be used in some of my Substack articles, yeah, be sure to contact me, proxyearth.substack.com. So,
Oh yeah. And this is the thing. Also, this guy, he went on Alex Jones, right? And he's asking, the guy is asking about the model, and he is showing a diagram like the heliocentric people show cartoons when they speak about the solar system. He was showing about these electromagnetic field, toroidal field, and saying this is our model. These guys are freaking gatekeepers. You had once in a lifetime opportunity where the opposition was asking you literally. Go and watch that clip again, guys, and see how this clown is gatekeeping it. Right from the start, he was there with the model thing, and he's showing a toroidal field, the ferrocell diagram, and saying it's a model.
Yeah, it's
you
not a
fucking
model.
out of your mind. And what the fuck do you
Yeah.
fucking expect from him going to Candace Owen or any other big platform for what? To show his formal shit?
Yeah, and it's like those things aren't like those things are useful for like hey, we can render solid hypotheses about how the energy system likely works, but all of us are about 6 feet tall. Like it's only so much measuring we can do, and the thing that we can measure is a small model that was created in a geocentric world, and it's the Antikythera mechanism. That's a model, and then scrying the moon and seeing how its shape reveals the world map somewhere in it, and that means there's more continents beyond too. Vibes of Cosmos stuff is very useful, but these things are better use for models, right? A model of the world, whereas like I agree with the diamagnetic torus field, but I definitely don't think that that's like something someone manually measured. It's just something that can be felt or like deduced by conversation, and we know what it's not. So we know it's not.
Oh yeah, so this is the thing. People have to start expecting from these people that they're gonna take the truth somewhere. They
Right.
have the right platform, they have the right connections, but it's not for the truth.
Yeah, and it's crazy, like the yeah, and Alex Jones, what a comedian. Like really.
He gets on my nerves.
I mean, I would say have you ever seen ODD TV's video essay? It's like 25 minutes long, but I highly recommend seeing it. Just that's one to turn the lights off with. It's like a very wild reveal, but this one's like this video by ODD. It's straight up like it's one of the best edited things about that. But Yeah, I don't want to spoil his art. I would say find the Alex Jones video and about that, and extract value from it. Use it to kind of measure what's going on, and um, I think even guys like us don't wish ill upon these people. It's just crazy how there's some secret agent nonsense going on, and there's a lot of disinfo campaigns, and
Oh yeah, but for example, Ira, imagine you being there on Alex Jones and you having your airtime 5 minutes
yeah,
or
just speak
whatever
from my
that debate
mind.
time, right?
Right.
This is the thing, or any other flat earther, right?
Yeah.
And this is the thing, the people are freaking putting hope in these kind of con artists. That's why it's not getting anywhere. What is the reason is always there when these debates are happening? It's like, still things are not out there. It's
Right.
just just going around the block with the same shit.
Yeah, there's so much stuff about that where you and I would go on there and speak from our mind, and we would be able to speak our references from having written works about this, and we've put a lot of work into crafting big shapes of films, written works, all that stuff, and we can speak from our subconscious mind. But there's someone out there who's, I don't know, giving some people bags of money to refrain from saying too much. Like, don't get into something that they can latch onto and see for themselves. Don't give them the methods in which they can find that the sun makes a one perfect 360-degree wagon wheel rotation every exact one revolution around the perspective of you. Don't tell them that, because they might find out it's an X-ray plasma mirror, and then the questions start turning into answers that can be deduced through intuition. And it's about, I think the controlled ops stuff is just about disabling intuition.
Oh yeah, let's continue with this, guys. Let's hear these excuses, and we'll play again and enjoy.
There was a lot of fakery with it, right? When I first got into flat Earth, tons of midnight sun in the north footage, nothing of the south. We point that out. Then one pops up that year, and it's faked. They take the end and they stitch it onto, or they take the beginning and stitch it onto the end, and just pretend it's 24 consecutive hours. It was literally faked. And then we caught it, got gaslit about it, and then they came out and admitted they did do that. What was your third question that I forgot? Did we? What is there a 24-hour?
Yeah.
Say again?
Footage, the 24-hour live footage.
So live footage. So by that you mean there's like 24 hours consecutively unedited?
Yeah, because that's what was basically, they faked it for years, and then that's what was promised.
So yes, okay. So live stream. When we got there, they tried to set up a live stream, and this is one of their excuses for not giving us the Wi-Fi. They didn't want to take any chances with the bandwidth. They wanted to go live. Mark was there and tried to put it on Candace's Rumble. They set up a phone to do, and you had to manually move it and track it. At like 12 hours, a little after 12 hours, the phone crashed. So the live stream didn't work.
And yeah, one last thing is the 24-hour live stream that we attempted down there. There were a couple of factors that happened. So Will brought his own Starlink. He brought this gigantic, it's like a marine, it's like a $2,500 antenna, because you need a special Starlink for Antarctica, apparently. So he set it up at home. He tested it. It worked.
That's bullshit. $2,500 Starlink. For fuck's sake, it's $300 to $400 a Starlink costs. The antenna. And $50 above is the subscription. Which Starlink did you took of $2,500 and it did work?
But meanwhile, during the vape video, his internet was working just fine, and we have a canonical evidence that they were able to talk just like we're talking here, in which the one person is talking and responding, like Austin would be able to respond to his comments directly while he's there. So that's canonically true. So you could easily, and he was doing it with a freaking iPhone. So it's like, there's no excuse for them to not have done that. They just didn't do it. Like, They had the money to bring on like as many copies of iPhones that they wanted to. You know.
Oh yeah, it's straight up lying there, bro. And also, it's straight up lying there. Starlink doesn't cost $2,500.
Right.
The only thing changes is your subscription if you are on a moving device or a fixed device. That's what is changing. The new ones are $400 or even $300. They're much cheaper now.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, RG? How you doing?
RG.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are y'all?
Great to see you, man. Glad to have you.
Awesome.
What's up, RG?
Yes, sir. What's up, buddies?
How you
Man, glad
feeling,
to be
man?
here.
Yeah, dude.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I was I'm trying out my new podcasting skills, man, and it's I've just got to get a little better at it. I got to get a little better at it. Like I thought I had the microphone like where you could hear me good, but anyway, I was just doing some podcasting today, man, trying to get it down pat. Yep. But other than that, just chilling, man, hanging out here at the house, sipping on a cranberry apple with apple crown. Yep.
That's what's up.
Nice.
Yes,
Oh
sir.
yeah, practice makes perfect, bro. So yeah, slow and steady, but consistency
Yeah.
and practice for sure. Things
I
will
hope
flow.
it gets a little better. Yeah, because man, the stuff that I'm really trying to get out to people about, I mean, I'm not going to spew it on here, but it's just it has to do with plans that have been in motion since 2001, since you know, before we went to Afghanistan and Iraq. All the plans were already in NASA's database. They had already got with the DoD, Department of Energy, like CIA. I mean, there's like 20 agencies listed on this document, and I'm going through it and all the newer technology that's out, like biosensors and shit they dump on our heads from, you know, and
Oh yeah.
like nanotech that gets in your skin, like all kind of shit. So, you know, that's all I'm
Oh
doing.
yeah, it's a lot of we have covered different stuff in our earlier podcast about all that too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For next time,
Okay.
that one we'll continue this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, catch me up though. What's up with this
Didn't leave it
exposed
powered up.
picture? So so there's no real time 24-hour sun recording that they brought back.
Yeah, they
Is
just
that what?
have long videos of their excuses and
It's like the
Okay.
excuses they've been giving. Yeah, absolutely. So if you just joined,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
it was a bit about Austin crying about the money, like always. Right, we'll
Yeah.
play again.
There was a lot of fakery with it, right? When I first got into flat Earth, tons of midnight sun in the north footage, nothing of the south. We point that out. Then one pops up that year, and it's faked. You know, they take the end and they stitch it onto, or they take the beginning and stitch it onto the end, and just pretend it's 24 consecutive hours. It was literally faked, and then we caught.
And the one you guys gave is not fake, right? That's real. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got gaslit about it, and then they came out and admitted they did do that. I only. What was your third question that I forgot? Did we? What is there a 24-hour?
Yeah.
Second?
Footage. The 24-hour live footage.
So live footage. So by that you mean just like 24 hours consecutively unedited?
Yeah, because that's what was basically, they faked it for years, and then that's what was promised.
So yes. Okay. So live stream. When we got there, they tried to set up a live stream, and this is one of their excuses for not giving us the Wi-Fi. They didn't want to take any chances with the bandwidth. They wanted to go live. Mark was there and tried to put it on Candace's Rumble. They set up a phone to do, and you had to manually move it and track it. At like 12 hours, a little after 12 hours, the phone crashed. So the live stream didn't work.
And yeah.
Okay, so he's saying he was
the
duped.
24-hour live stream that.
What? Go
He
ahead,
was
Aji.
duped. You know, that's what he's saying. Oh, they set it up and didn't want to share it with them. Conspiracy. Holy shit, man! Is that his excuse? Really?
Oh yeah, and the best part is, listen to his excuses. He claims to be a producer. A producer talking shit about technology that is so hard, it's so difficult, and
that we
Yeah.
attempted down
Oh,
there.
wow.
There were a couple of factors that happened. So Will brought his own Starlink. He brought this gigantic, it's like a marine, it's like a $2,500 antenna because you need a special Starlink for Antarctica, apparently. So he set it up at home. He tested it. It worked. Didn't leave it powered up for long and brought it down to Antarctica. Apparently, it required a software update, which went at 3 o'clock in the morning, Antarctica time, which is still broad daylight down there. And that took it offline.
At 3 a.m.
Huh?
At 3 a.m. during the live feed, at the main time, at the exact time, at 3 a.m., the sun is high there. And
Yeah.
Starlink just
update.
reboots its, yeah. Pity, man.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you saw that with
See what
McTeague
they're
live
doing.
stream. He got kicked off at 3 o'clock. It sucks. He should have done that software update before, but there was really no way of knowing that that was going to happen. The other factor was we were using Will's cell phone to stream to Rumble. And Rumble is a great platform. I'm a big fan of their free speech initiative. And
Like, out of all the guys, only Will Duffy had the best iPhone. The rest was all Samsung or maybe from the
So
or some old shit
why did
or unupdated
was
shit.
it, why didn't they just record from his phone then or something? Like if they knew that something went out in his phone, they were still streaming to Rumble. Point that bitch at the sun, bro, and like follow it around or something. Like that's crazy, man. I don't believe that.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead though.
Only Daddy Will Duffy had the nicest phone for them to record that.
Daddy Duffy. That's
Bags
funny.
of money,
lack of
Duffy.
censorship, but it's not quite as robust as YouTube. So we were using the Rumble Studio app on Will's Android phone, and that we had trouble getting it started. I don't know.
What the fuck did he say? Before he said it's the iPhone. And now he's saying Will's Android phone. What the fuck? Did I hear that wrong?
I think he said his Rumble app or something like that. Right? I'm not sure.
Oh.
If any of you saw it, but it started in black and you could hear me, but you couldn't see us. Then we finally got the video on there. And so that was going great. We were manually moving the camera to track the sun. But when we got kicked off the internet, when Starlink did its reboot, that app would not let us rejoin the live stream without completely starting over, deleting the link, start creating a new link. And that wasn't something that I was able to do in Antarctica.
Oh.
What?
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't get the link and you couldn't restart in Antarctica. Well, you started it. How is the where your location is unable to restart it?
Yeah,
That's
really.
so weird to say. You must think
Dude,
people are dumb.
Oh yeah, it goes offline. You start a new stream. That's easy. It doesn't
Yeah.
take more than 2 minutes.
Right.
So our executive producer that I worked with created that link. He was in London at the time. He was long asleep by that point. So it didn't seem like it was a hill worth dying on at that point. I wish we could have used YouTube. I wish we didn't have to deal with the Starlink update in the middle of the night. But things happen when you're in one of the most extreme and remote environments in the world. Literally.
You are too small.
Yeah, well, walking around in t-shirts doesn't sound so extreme.
Oh yeah, it's all about the extra stuff. It's not about the real truth. It's all about it's an amazing place. It's an extreme thing, right? This place is so beautiful, Forget about the data I'm supposed to give you, but this place is so fascinating, guys. It's one of the lifetimes experience,
Yeah, I mean, and did no one else take their technology with them to stream with? Like, was it only? It was only Duffy Starlink.
Oh yeah, and it was speaking. His excuse was next time he's gonna use YouTube. Next time,
And
of all this.
You guys, meanwhile, while they tell us all this, I'm gonna flip the camera and show you guys real quick. This is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna show you something real quick. If you can't guys see me, sorry. It's but it like the point is like there's these cat cameras. Have you guys seen them? Let me just show this to anybody watching. Like, here's the cat wearing a camera. It's my favorite cat, Cat Cam Pro. But the point is like, you know, that camera lasts for hours and hours and hours with a small battery. And they could bring like a small little backpack full of these little cat cameras that cost like $200.
Yeah.
NASA can't just like duct tape those to the window, you know? And so that's my point. Is like I need to shout out freaking Cat Cam Pro for the best channel ever. But
oh yeah, brother, absolutely, brother. The technology is so advanced. There are micro cameras which are doing 1080p and can go for days.
Yeah.
You put 4 of them, right, in every direction.
Yeah. And so Mr. Kitters and this gangster cat that does catnip deals in a small neighborhood somewhere, their cameras work just fine. But as soon as these freaking guys go to Antarctica, I guess maybe it was too cold while they were taking their shirts off and stuff, you know, like it's just so obvious that
oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, weren't they talking about that the camp already had Starlink and all that down there? Like it was at the camp. They already had like that kind of access to export things off the island.
I think they have to have that stuff down there.
Yeah. They
think
like
we
sat
had it,
phones, everything. Yeah. They would have to, yeah, because they could be liable for something that happened and not have, you know, a way to get out, like a line out. You know what I mean? To call in like the Coast Guard or whoever. Yeah.
Right.
So what if the place catches fire?
All right. Let it burn. I'm joking. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Chili right there. Okay, I'll make it bigger for you. So the problem is, though, that you know that Antarctica is part of Chile, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you expect? You're not going to see Antarctica on my passport.
I can't see your passport.
No, I'm asking you. I'm saying, do you understand that you will not see Antarctica on my passport?
No, I just want to be. I just want to saw Chile.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing you.
I didn't ask for Antarctica.
See where it says Chile?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see it. Okay.
Okay, it's right here where it says Chile. I'm gonna I'll put a little sticker next to it.
There it is. Woo. Fisas.
And that you will not see Antarctica on my passport.
Woo.
So what do you expect? You're not going to see
he didn't
Antarctica
go
on my
then
passport.
if he doesn't have.
Everybody's asking about you guys' passports. I'm sure you guys.
If he doesn't have Antarctica stamped on his passport, that probably means he didn't go there.
Yeah. That means the studio is not there.
now Brazil or what do you say, Argentina
Santiago
is part of Antarctica? Is that what he said?
That's what he said. I think I heard him right. Yeah, something about Antarctica is part of Chile. I don't think I've ever heard that before in my life.
Heard that in my life.
Man.
I know that
bullshit.
Union Glacier is in the same time zone, and it's and Union Glacier is not part of America either, South America or North America. It's not. What it is the government has scientific. It's that treaty, the Antarctic Treaty. They have this Antarctica chopped up into sections for each country, right? And different people that are affiliated with the Antarctic Treaty doesn't mean we own that part of Antarctica. So I'd like to see some research on that. If Chile owns Antarctica, what is part of,
or owns that little sliver of Antarctica they went with, would be their Arctic.
Yeah, or maybe Chile's part of Antarctica, or something like that. But yeah. I doubt it. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
I think it's
I don't
simple,
know.
man. Every scene in Star Wars was filmed on Earth.
Yeah, right? Right?
Yeah, it's like that. There's the math. That math checks out
I was
right
able
there.
to show your passport stamps, obviously, because I don't know why the.
You can see the passport stamps, but they're not going to tell you a busting lot. I know Sovereign kept mentioning passport stamps, but what he doesn't seem to realise is Chile only, the customs controls at Chile, border controls at Chile, only stamp your passports when you enter Chilean territory or you then leave it. So I have a stamp there for the 10th when I arrived in Santiago. And then on the next page, I have a stamp on the 20th when I then left, and a stamp for Antarctica.
No, I just want to be. I just want to saw Chile.
Yeah, that's what
No,
I'm showing you.
I didn't ask for Antarctica.
See where it says Chile?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see it. Okay.
Okay, it's right here where it says Chile. I'll put a little sticker next
So
to it.
that I didn't see it.
Antarctica.
No, I'm asking you, I'm saying, do you understand that you will not see Antarctica on my passport?
But because Union Glacier is part of Chilean territory, they didn't stamp the passport out or back in when we flew back in. And a stamp for Antarctica, they didn't stamp the passport out or back in when we flew back in. And a stamp for Antarctica.
And a stamp for Antarctica. And a stamp for Antarctica. And a stamp for Antarctica. And a stamp for Antarctica.
So there's no stamp saying that we left on the 14th and no stamp saying we arrived back on the 17th because we didn't.
To ask you a question regarding flat Earth, Jonathan. Do you believe Earth's flat or do you know it's flat?
Do I believe that it's flat or do I know that it's flat? I think as it stands, I think it is flat to an extent that I can't make sense of it. I can't make a sense of a globe. I can make sense of the sun spin, seeing the sunspots, and the flight time, because those are things I did see happen. Like the flight time from Sydney to Santiago was the same as...
Have you seen pitch data?
No, and I don't know that I would know what to do with it if I did see it. Just a second.
We can walk you through it. It's not hard.
Yeah, let's do it. The pitch data is like how the plane flies.
Yeah, the up and down of the actual aircraft itself, whether it's going down, nose is pointing down or pointing up, right?
Yeah, and its altitude. Yeah.
Right. We'll walk you through it, but the bottom line is with this pitch data, right? Anybody who got on an aeroplane to go to Antarctica proved Earth flat. No ifs, no buts. You know what I mean? So all this palaver going down there looking at a light in the sky, you all went on an aeroplane and proved Earth was flat.
Jeez.
Alrighty, so we will get back. There was just a clip, as I said, somebody tagged me in today in that. So, alrighty, so I'm gonna take this one out. And we'll continue.
Have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the reputations, simply because.
Honest flat earthers, since I'm not the liar, I would like to know what you think I'm lying about. So I'll wait. You said, anyways, I'm out. It's sad how Jaren is a liar now. Watch his videos from 2 years ago. He was destroying his own claims. LOL. I mean, I feel bad for you. I really do. Because it just must be bothering you. It must be just digging the inside, just hurting you. I'm waiting for you. Oh, here we go. Just because something matches doesn't mean it is. Oh, wow. Okay, so show us how the flat earth matches. Oh, wait, it doesn't. So if we're looking for the model of the earth and one matches and one doesn't, which one do you think is right?
But what do you mean the matches? He means the globe matches?
I think he might have been drunk when he said that. I don't know, bro. That was kind of a weird statement. Because the only thing that I can figure, bro, the way the sun moves and operates is over a flat plane.
Yeah, it's his Catholic Jesuit education is really shining these days.
Oh, like he must have been. Yeah, I think he was trained.
I mean,
He had to be.
RD, before you got here, I pointed out that Tom from Zetetic Truth Tube, like him and I have been playing chess a bunch lately, and we talk a lot now. It's pretty cool. But like, he has a new video coming up about exposing that whole thing where he has the whole background. He went to some place called I have it right here on the screen. The place is called Bellarmine University. Yeah, it says Bellarmine, Bellarmine College Preparatory. Okay, and that place on the official website of it, it says Catholic Jesuit education since 1851, and so it's in the description of this place. Bellarmine College Preparatory is a private school. It's in San Jose, California. Okay, it is a private Jesuit all-male secondary school located in San Jose, California. Founded in 1851. It is the oldest secondary school in the state because it's probably run by the people who did the mud floods and unalived populations of people when they were taking this land. But then this video, you just look at it on Top's channel soon for when he releases this. He gave me a preview of it last night. He sent it to me on like Google Drive, but this video is absolute tea. At the very end, I'll read this. It says, Jerry, the conclusion basically says, Jaron Campanella, aka Karenism. Well, that's what we would say. But it says Jaron Campanella, aka Jay Campy, is a scammer, blackmailer, and extortionist who targets Bitcoin businesses with threats and intimidation. His modus operandi is to tarnish the reputation of a company or individual, then demand a ransom payment to remove the posts. Beware of Jaron Campanella. So it's like, kind of like what Yelp does, right? You could just go on and make a 1-star review of a restaurant and then sell them the removal of that review.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he does that with like all sorts of whatever that crazy shit is. But these tactics are Jesuit tactics. I mean, that's what this is.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
been
have
in
to
it
be
all along.
guys. Have to be some kind of training to get to that kind of things he might be doing, right? If there is true, as I said, nothing would be surprising. Nothing would be
right.
Before we continue, I just want to give quick shout out to Justin Johnson for gifting 5 members. Awesome, brother. Really appreciate that. And yeah, guys, please hit that like button. And there are 60 people watching, so hit that like button, guys.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Yeah, man.
So
I was just going to say
nothing
this.
could be surprising. Go ahead, Raji. Quick.
I'm sorry. I think my phone lags a little bit. Sorry about that. I just did want to say this, man. It does fit this guy's MO and his whole demeanor, bro. It makes perfect sense to me when you just said that. Like that clicked, right? Yeah, I understand.
He's like the guy who like sells bad drugs in your town. Like you ever went to high school with that guy who sells like oregano in middle school and tells you it's weed? He's that guy.
His name was Jerry.
That's his archetype. He's totally that guy. And meanwhile, 8th graders getting high, pretending to get high on oregano is basically what's happening with the heliosexuals on his podcast comments and stuff. Like it's
or sleeping pills in place of ecstasies. Yeah, anything is possible with these guys. Guys, we're gonna continue.
Yeah.
We're waiting for you to figure out because you're the liar. Do you realize that you just lied to my entire audience by telling them that I'm lying, but you can't name one lie? It's weird.
Oh, weird.
Waiting. Lucifer, we have to measure the earth to prove its shape. We already have. Wake up. That's the only way. Oh, we got.
Who measured the earth, Jaron? Did you measure the earth?
He'd be like, he's gonna start referring to Eratosthenes as a real person soon. And by the way, me and Taylor rip apart the Eratosthenes thing, and like what the globe people pretend to prove is like this guy used 2 sticks and shadows, and you and I, we all know about that, but like it's not only that, but on the Carl Sagan special that every heliosexual person just points to, and they're doing it from memory. It's usually not even in bad faith, but the Carl Sagan special that we all saw in school and we were all put through in middle school. We were all made to believe that that's the highest pinnacle point of power to easily positively prove the globe 2,300 years ago by a guy who made his claims based on the distance between Alexandria and whatever else location. But he said that they say in this stuff that there's no even historical evidence this guy exists before he was written about in the freaking 20th century, but that they say he was a philosopher and a poet and all these things, but then he hired a guy to measure it in paces to know that it was 800 kilometers away, right?
Professional walkers, they call them, bro.
And I would just say, like back then, wouldn't you just like, yeah, I'll measure it in paces for you, and you just take the guy's money, and then you just 2 weeks later just write a number on a piece of paper and hand it to him, like, you know,
yeah.
Okay, so we're taking this guy's word for it that he hired a guy that he's taking that, you know, it just falls apart. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, and this is the thing. So he just saying that it's measured, and he like rest of the Globers just believe him, just because they say so. Now even he's even claiming that the moon landing was real.
Yeah,
I heard about that.
He goes on and you know has a little pissing contest sword fight with that Dave McKeegan guy, and I watch it once in a while, but there's only so much I can stomach. It's like, you know, it's like eating bad food.
Oh yeah,
about that. How is somebody 500 miles away supposed to know what time it is 500 miles away back then? At the same time, at the moment, right?
Well, you know, of course
that story's crazy, bro.
They you know, they trusted each other a lot.
No, but think about it. Like, how am I supposed to know what time it is in like Virginia or something? I'm in New York.
Well, it's the same time as it is in New York.
All right. Well, how much? Right. Yeah, that's true. How am I supposed to know what time it is by you, Ira? I have no clue. Even now, I'm like, hey, 2 hours ahead of me. Or
yeah,
what?
but it that's measurable, and you know, like, but like, still, it's just I can't.
That doesn't make any sense. How they knew at 12 o'clock
they measured 800 kilometers in paces.
Yeah, really.
They're
On
like,
what road?
Oh,
oh yeah. After 500 steps, like how many? Like, yeah, it's crazy.
We're trusting this guy's ability to count while he walks, which would drive anyone insane.
Alrighty, guys,
we'll ground along the way. Yeah,
we'll continue.
Go ahead.
We got to reach inside of a woman to see if she's pregnant too. That's the only way. See, we can't just take what enzymes are in her piss. We don't do that in the world. We only look directly at things. You're so retarded. Everything else is all guesswork. I mean, Jaron himself uses the word match. What are you talking about? Yes. If you're trying to figure out whether or not the earth is something or the other, then you want to find the one that matches. This is a really weird one. Well, that's okay. He's Sharonism. I think he's a fan, at least an old fan. Yeah, none of these guys are fans if they're calling me liars. They're not a fan. They don't know how to listen. It's on them. Matching something isn't proof that something is something. Oh. Okay, but let's think about it. If you find an animal, you don't know what it is. You're like, this is just some animal. And then somebody gives you 20 pictures of animals. If you find the one that matches the animal that you have, do you think it's that animal? What do you think the chances are that it's one of the animals that...
What a fucked up analogy is fucking given. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. The best part about this is like when people really like, you know, especially with the help of like what traps we have set, such as like our films and then like these discussions, dude, when people really but like I'd say just like 10% of the population really just wakes up to what we found is objectively true about this. Like, yo, common people are gonna be like, as soon as they muster up the strength to like say something of gratitude towards us, they're gonna agree with us also that we shouldn't pay to live. And then beyond that, it's like because it's all just going to NASA for no reason, right? And then and then when it's not going to NASA, it's going to false potholes and wars. And then when we just say, yeah, we shouldn't be paying to live either. Well, that's what it boils down to. But then what's going to happen with these scammers and how they've created an entire identity around clever ways to collect money? People are going to look at them weird, just like if you're like an episode of Hoarders, being like, "Oh yeah, it sure looks like you're addicted to collecting money now." Like, and then they're not going to know what to do with all this money. Wouldn't that be great? It's like, everybody could just like quit this whole, because money hoarding like seems like it would be if we weren't paying to live on survival and stuff. Think about it like this, guys. Like somebody who like literally is chasing money and hoarding it, it would be viewed just about the same as if somebody was like running around and collecting iPhone chargers. Like you have a whole second bedroom full of iPhone chargers and your intent is to flip them or whatever. But like, a free market is fine. But just think about like, what are these guys going to do when people wake up to flat earth and then really like stop paying to live just out of refusal? Like a large section of the population just says, I'm going to be a bad customer. Like, we're done with this. This is slavery. And we're doing it for your false science. Like, that's literally like one of the solutions of, a handful I've got. But like, yeah, that's where my head's at. It's like, I think flat earth is a great way to, encourage people to talk to each other and reassess what we're paying to live for at all. Right. That's a side rant. I don't want to go too far off topic, but yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
But like these guys are like, how are they? It's not like these guys have a talent now. Like they're just like addicted to hoarding like money, selling thin air. Again, I've said it before. Make your money any way you want.
Selling smokes.
Like get rich if you can sell people. Like selling people thin air and then constantly like baiting them into paying you on like guilt trips is like insane.
Oh yeah, this is what I was playing before, right? It's been going on from a very long time, but it's always like before about the clown tour and all this stuff also, right? It's been going on from a very long time with these people for everything, for excuses and this and that, before the trip, after the trip, during the trip. Now it's going to continue because this is what it is because this is the reason these people are here for.
Yeah.
We'll continue, guys. We'll continue with the video.
Doesn't matter.
We're going to be...
I'm pretty sure it would be the one that matches. You are retarded, sir. How did you let this happen to you? How did you let this happen?
He sounds like he's
you need to look at it and measure it both. But you people aren't.
Yeah.
What we're saying, RG?
I was just saying it just sounds. You can hear the desperation in this guy's voice. Like he don't recognize it, but you can tell when your energy's like kind of leveled out, right? He seems like he's panicking, is what it seems like to me. Like he's got to go back and get the last insult and the last desperate thing out of his hot breath, yeah. But anyway, that's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Doing that, you keep talking about the sun. You're wrong.
I think
I saw a rocket launch.
Sorry, bro. I think Judas, bro. I think he hangs out with Lucifer a lot. I think they're best friends. But yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Yep.
The other day that happened is right here. Let's this rocket launch. I didn't see the rocket for a minute and 6 seconds. Oops. Sorry.
Wow.
Not that one. I want the infrared. Okay. See this rocket right here? Flying in the sky? It took off a minute and 6 seconds before we see it. Think about what I'm saying. We have two models. We went out and we checked. I heard there was going to be a rocket launch from 185 miles from where I was. I went out there, set up my camera. I looked off in the distance and turned on the camera. When we see the rocket start to appear here, we went and figured it out. It was 36,000 feet high when it hit this horizon.
And you can see
That's
a
weird.
rocket.
Why
from
is that? Where was it for the
185
first
miles away?
minute?
Right. That's a good point, Gene. And plus, Jaren, smart guy, the rocket's curving, buddy. It's not going straight up. So it's gonna take a minute before you see it.
He's full of shit all around. Everything he says.
6 seconds. Because it couldn't have moved from here. Guess where it was? It was way the fuck over here. How did it get up there? It's because it's on the other side of the earth. It's on the other side of the...
Is there any Coriolis calculated into this?
I know, right? Where's your ball curve and spin?
Yeah.
Calculate that, buddy.
Curve. It's what the globe Earth predicts. It's what observations show us. End of story. End of nonsense. There it is. See it? It just appeared. Here it goes. Remember, that's 1 minute and 6 seconds after it took off. Look how fast it's moving.
And we're gonna take your word for it. like, let's sync these things up, man. Where's your stopwatch? You know, where's the live broadcast? Start your stopwatch when it takes off. Like, I don't believe you for a second.
Oh yeah, this is what Gene was mentioning, that how come he's freaking seeing a light, whatever it is, maybe if it's a balloon, whatever it is, from 185 miles. He's freaking proving the Earth is flat right there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jaren, for proving the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it really looks like a rocket, too. Where's the flame from under it? Where's the booster?
Fast it moved from the horizon to that line, but we're supposed to believe for 1 minute and 6 seconds. Where was it?
It's a star.
It's a fucking
Where was it?
ball.
What the fuck? That ain't no.
Where was it? You tell
Man,
me.
that is not a fucking
For
rocket,
1 minute and
bro.
6 seconds, it's just hiding like here. And that's,
I mean,
now I'll appear. I'll come up on it. Nope. It's because
okay,
it matches perfectly what the globe Earth calls for. There's no way that every time we go...
Katy Perry went to space. Get over it.
Yeah, I could say that maybe that light, it might be a result of the type of camera he's using. Like sometimes the camera will interpret the light and then deduce it into a circular shape too. That happens.
Yeah.
Depending on like, especially the high powered zoom ones that are affordable, but that
Right.
that's not always the case. Like we know what happens when we see the different cymatic shapes when we zoom into stars from here using like a Nikon V1000, but you know, he's using an infrared camera. I mean, the fact that he zooms into it and it forms a perfect circle might not mean it's a perfect circle. It might mean that that's how the camera's
Right.
interpreting what that light is, you know. So,
Mhm.
but it's
I was kind of looking for the exhaust trail. Did anyone else see an exhaust trail?
No, and the other thing I got to say is like that's what I'm bringing up there is the difference between the digital camera and using something like glass on glass on glass, and maybe capturing with a film camera. You know, is and it could get into that kind of thing. Is that our digital cameras have to process these shapes and then shape them to the pixels that is available inside of the camera's brain, right? So, you know, it'd be interesting to see what would happen if we just like, you know, make telescopes of our own versus glass on glass, and then we just, you know, for the eye that would go into the telescope, we just, you know, put a normal iPhone on it and then extend the high powered zoom into the hands of the user to the point where it's, or I mean, I don't even know if we should use whatever, but you get what I'm saying, guys. It's like there are limitations to digital cameras that appear when you zoom in 100 times.
Oh yeah. So this is the thing. We're proving that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Right. So
Go out and observe rocket launches. Every time you go out and observe sunsets and sunrises, and every time you go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, and every time you go to the north and see a 24-hour sun, and you
Every time? Which every time? You just freaking went one time if that you're saying that you went there.
Go to 850 degrees south and you see a sunset, and then you go 6 months later to 50 degrees north and see a sunset, and it's the complete opposite. That's impossible, dude.
Yeah, how much money did you take, Jaron?
What's impossible is that this dude will ever have a real friend ever again in reality, ever. Like, that's what's real. Is this dude is never gonna.
Oh
have
yeah,
a
he
real
have
friend
for sure. He's gonna have lifelong friends. McToon, FTFE,
Oh, those guys
Professor
seem like
Dave, McKeegan. These are now lifelong friends. They have proved the globe.
oregano salesman.
Wake up. How many things need to match until you wake up and say, all right, maybe, just maybe, I need to rethink my position. Get this.
Holy shit.
Fuck.
This isn't kindergarten anymore. I can't just say, well, it seems flat, looks flat, there's flat. Think about it. That there's no, think of how the lie would have to be. How big of the lie? Do you think you're smarter than every single astrophysicist and every single teacher?
Yes, I do.
Oh
I
my shit.
You know what? You don't have to be an astrophysicist to understand that astrophysics is theoretical bullshit.
But to answer his question, yeah, I absolutely think that I'm smarter than all of those people.
So do I.
You, Jaron.
Yeah, this guy's talking right off of a script, man. You can tell it. He's reading off a teleprompter, bro. Do you think you're smarter than a fifth grader? Do you really think so? Like this is the same thing that, you know, we've heard from how many other arguments, right?
What about the thousands and thousands of scientists out there who studied this?
Right.
And it's
But
like,
all the
yeah,
books,
I'm smarter
man.
than them too. I love doing that. I don't care. Just start saying, yeah, I do. What are you going to do about it?
And every single professor and every single scientist there ever was. Is that what we think? I thought we were being lied to about the South. We're not. End of story. Pack it up. Time to go.
Oh yeah, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. And that's what Austin wants.
He sounds like my buddy who like talks shit behind a chessboard. Like he'll move a pawn or something and be like, "Pack it up, it's time to go, boys."
Damn. Yeah, it's there's too many hardcore truthers, man. I don't think what he's saying, he may convince a few, right? Because of the repetitive nature of his training and his script, right? Yeah, he may convince a few, but he ain't getting the hardcore ones, man. I'll tell you that.
So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat.
Okay, he's going to list off some of the evidences that we know it's flat. But so far, I just want to check bases real quick. Has he done any of the following? Has he? He's not going to answer my questions. I haven't heard one of my questions answered. He's not going to give us a picture of how the world looks. Not so far. Or how it operates. Not yet. He's not going to give us a layout. Nope. He's not going to tell us about observations. Nope. He's got no map, no model. Correct. He won't explain circumpolar stars. He won't.
He got no map. He got no model. Yeah, he don't have, because he himself don't believe in a model. So what the fuck he did not even also hit this guy. For sure he's right. He don't have a model. Because he don't have a model. He says there is no model, so he don't have one.
Justin, I was reading the chat here, if you don't mind. Justin asked, where do you suppose they go? You know, taking these elites over the ice wall to other territories, possibly? I don't know, bro. I think there's under the ice bases. We know of, I don't know if it's like the Terra Vista maps, you know, where there's one wall and then another wall and a bunch of countries, but with the old World War II map, the German World War II map. That's like a moon map. It's funny because they have other territories over there, and I'm pretty sure it's the Summers Gate how you get over there, but it's not like other oceans. There's just a bunch of frozen land. I think that's my thoughts on it, Justin. But yeah. He said I was high when I said that.
Alrighty.
Predict the sunrise or sunset. He won't talk about the 6-month difference between the 80 degrees north. He won't talk about the 24-hour sun. So far, I've been dead on.
It is a default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter. And they throw their hands up, and I can understand even Jared's
SS, he's talking to you.
because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true that just because I observe a celestial phenomena, it doesn't then make all other evidences dissipate. Right? So we look at the preponderance of evidence, we have to say,
okay, we can't just call things a celestial phenomenon when it's the fucking sun. Name something more important in the world than the sun. Name something.
That's what they
Oh,
want. That's what it's worship.
Oh yeah. So why, Jaren? Why in your model, on your globe model that you call it's a model? Why is the sun not there? Right? Show us a globe with the sun. Right? If the sun is so important, right? Why don't you show us?
Yeah, he got tripped up there. You got him on that one because, yeah, it's a solar system model, buddy, not the Earth model with the sun. What a geek!
I love this comment, dude. Someone said his handle is called "dumb comment," and it just says, "Is Vapsit slowed down?" That is so funny.
Yeah.
You can't. Because there is nothing.
He was firing it off.
and we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says, and then we go and test it, and we see what the answer is. We don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers.
So he just said, but he wants to throw away the globe because he thinks that he found outliers. So he just said, we don't throw away 95% of the positive things just because there's some outliers. But that's exactly what he wants to do with the globe. In fact, he wants to throw it away because it doesn't match by like percents, like a tiny little smidgen. Like,
Oh yeah. And Jaren have all the rest of the proof with him.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he threw away all of his 95% proof from all the 10 years he was talking about it previously. He dropped it all out the window.
Yeah, man. He fell off the edge. Throw away the globe. Just go ahead. It's trash. Burn it.
I can't.
I was off by a degree. Austin, flat Earth has nothing.
That we don't know how to currently explain. So I would say one of the really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something that we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars.
By the way, Austin's never done this before. He's never done.
It's true.
You know what Austin never did.
You know, because they're buddy.
This specific thing he's talking about. And from everything I can tell, it is an incorrect assessment. Those guys were asked to do other locations and they refused. And when Jesse went out there and did it himself by moving closer or further away from the spot that they wanted him to, he was able to get globe results sometimes, flat Earth results sometimes, concave Earth results sometimes, and the flat Earth never matched exactly. Yet these guys keep saying it matched exactly. They're lying to you.
Say from a ground and from the surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry. It matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect.
Matches perfectly, he says. It's a lie. Blatant lie. Go watch any of Heffron's presentations with Alan and with Shame, and you'll see that that's a lie. It's not perfect. In fact, it's quite a bit off.
As the globe, it would be an entirely different position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement.
What difference does that make? So because the star is occulted, you don't have to account for refraction? Everybody right now, I want you to do me a favor. Close your eyes. You got your eyes closed? Okay. Do you think that things in the world are still being refracted? Or do you think you don't have to talk about refraction anymore because your eyes are closed? No, things are still being refracted, Austin. Well, we don't see the star anymore, so we don't have to take a refraction into account. What are you talking about? Because you closed your eyes?
So refraction can't even be applicable.
What do you mean? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what.
Then why the hell you don't do that experiment? Why you're depending on a glober's experiment and trying to prove flat Earth there?
Yeah, right. That's good.
Oh, and just if you guys want to know what Jaron was just talking about, refraction, actually light entering the cornea, no refraction can be measured until it enters the cornea, and that's when the angle of incidence enters your eye, enters the cornea. That's how refraction is read through your cornea and the eye. So it's not an external factor. A lot of people think it is, but it's light the way it enters your eye in the cornea.
Yeah.
Just study up on it, Jaron. Look into it, buddy.
Well, he wouldn't know that because he doesn't have any true experience with psychedelics because he was busy smoking oregano.
Good point. Somebody laced his Doritos when he was young.
But yeah, he's just
Joking.
just failing to understand how the eye works because smoking oregano out of his mom's cabinet.
Yep, it just doesn't do the job for sure.
It doesn't do anything. but he sells it.
Yeah, but he also has like just one location that he does it from, or that it's very strict. And when asked to go do other locations, because here's the thing, here's the logically consistent thing. If you guys found something, then you should be able to go out to many locations and show that it always works. If it doesn't always work, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Experience only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field.
Who says it's horizontal? You say it's horizontal.
This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center, but that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue.
What do you mean? I mean, this guy doesn't get, if you're on a flat Earth and it's linear and it's horizontal going up above you, if it's a sphere, just wrap that around. What are you talking about? It's still level and horizontal and flat as for your local location.
It's an impossibility on a sphere, right?
Impossibility on a sphere.
So what typically happens? I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got 2 more minutes. So what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced, and this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed about Jaron's approach. Like I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking it, he's not. I was there. I am in no way going to attack Jaron's character in terms of if I think that he believes this or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest, and he feels that he's willing to take shots.
Oh yeah. He's calling him retard and all that shit, and he's like, what? That he's making shit up, and he's like, yeah, Jaron is honest. Jaron is like, yeah, he's in his right to be as stupid. He's trying to show the people that he is. People have to believe him.
Tax to do it. So that aside, because that doesn't really matter. Take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the south. We went to what is seemingly Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta Arenas. We saw the sun and it circled around us and it didn't go down. So then to claim that proves that it's a globe, I would have to say, if the Earth's a sphere, in the winter when I go to...
We weren't actually going to prove the Earth's a globe. You are claiming that. We falsified the flat Earth. And once you falsified the flat Earth, which is the only flat Earth map that there'll ever be, I don't know how many times I have to say this, if anybody thinks I'm wrong, then draw a flat Earth map that's not an AE map, and you can't. Wake up.
Antarctica,
Katy Perry went to space. Get over it.
Oh yeah, this is the problem with these people, dude. One guy is saying that because they have supposed they have seen something and the Earth is a globe and it's not working on an AE map. And you have the other part of the debater who's saying, yeah, we saw a 24-hour sun and it should work on an AE map. So you have to believe.
They're trying to split the crowd, huh? So have you guys thought about how Jaren, I believe that we have a firmament, right?
Yeah.
But the way Jaren was kind of using the 2D AE map, right? 2D to draw a circle of the way the sun was going around, right? Around him. Now, if you had a firmament and you stood that circle upright vertically, and that's how the sun was going because of our vision, and we can only see so far, then that would make sense, right? It would just move around him in that one area. But the sun that I think would be coming through the firmament, right, through the crystalline structure, would then project in just their local spot. Does that make sense? Like if you stood it up vertically, the circle, it wasn't going around him, it was going above him, and then like right, well, not below but north. So just north of him, and then up the wall of the firmament, kind of movement. It's kind of hard to visualize, but
Yeah.
something like that. That's how I think it was going. But yeah. Yes, sir. I'm good though. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking about it because I'm just like, yeah.
Because it would seem like to them, if they're turning with the sun, right? If they're using a 360 camera and it's just going in a circle, this is just if they did go. Let's just say hypothetically.
Yeah.
That if it went above them for a certain amount of time and then back down north, right? Like at the bottom, or when it went up the firmament, it would seem like it would get further away from them. And all they would have to do then is stitch that together. Just say it's 18 hours of light or something.
I mean that's where
I don't know.
even if they did go out there, let's just entertain a thought, benefit of the doubt. I mean, that theory about these artificial sun patterns have to be factored in. I mean, you guys might have seen some of these videos where some people are showing like cell phone footage of people running about and seeing what they feel like might either be sun dogs or it could be like two suns. And we don't, I personally believe that if you're going to have a lot more land out there, well, you're going to have a lot more suns and moons. I'm just going to deduce that. But it's just another thing where they're like, it's what Vikka was saying a few weeks ago. Like, what if we leave the beyond the ice wall, and what if some of these continents it's just like really horrible, like kind of like these like the Skyrim video game where it's like, okay, you go to this island but everything there is just much worse. Like, in some places, like this book right here by Richard Jameson Morgan, The Iron Republic. This is a really good book. I love this book. But this, talks about a civilization outside the ice wall that seems to be extremely advanced for its time and has its technology is described around here. I think this book is 1899 and describes technology that, we're seeing unfold in modern times today. Like as far as like, using smartphones and stuff like that, battery powered, free energy stuff. So it's just interesting because, well, that's the great unknown beyond the ice wall. Like, but the few of us that are in here and people in the chat, we all know that stuff is real. It's just a matter of like, we're watching these guys play this dramatic damage control game to make sure that people don't take the time to even watch a film. And that's where we're at. Like the difference of people figuring this out and not is their willingness to watch a film. Like a film is the only way we could unpack it more than just using our words. And all of us in this chat have.
Oh yeah, but that is the reason these people are gatekeeping the information like this.
Yeah.
That is the reason they are there. Guys, we're gonna continue.
Sun will be in the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky.
No, you made that up. You are making that up.
A circle for 24 hours. Therefore, Earth. Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I can go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday. Therefore, Sasquatch is real.
I don't know why there's no
to
sound.
apply that type of logic, it
Suddenly.
is an infinite regression. You would never find truth. So this is
Opposite. That's impossible, dude. Wake up. How many things need to match until you wake up and say, all right, maybe, just maybe,
Oh
I
yeah,
need to
but I don't
rethink
know
my
why
position.
there's no
That
sound
this isn't
anymore.
kindergarten anymore. I can't just say, well, it seems flat, looks
the
flat.
video.
there's-
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Think about it.
It
That there's
just
no
happened on
think
your
of
end,
how
Vikka.
the lie would have to be. How
Mic
big
check.
of the lie? Do you think you're smarter than every single astrophysicist and every single
Holy shit.
teacher and every single professor and every single scientist there ever was? Is that what we think?
Yes. Yes, that's what we
Oh,
think.
yeah, I can hear. Can you hear us, Vikka?
Oh yeah, I hear you guys, but I don't hear the video.
Oh.
Mm.
Just
Yeah,
give me a
I guess
second.
it was just on your end. Okay.
Give
Yeah,
me a
guys.
second.
So what do y'all think about that rocket launch? Do you think at 185
I want to
miles
make sure it's clear.
and the
People are very
trajectory?
confused. Some people thought that I was involved in this summit as far as the finances. I'm not. Austin and I used to be business partners in the summits.
Can you hear Vikka?
Yeah, now I hear it. Let's see.
And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter and they throw their hands up, and I can understand even Jared's
SS, he's talking to you.
because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers.
Honest with me, in case we saw the sun circle assessment, those guys were asked to do other locations and they refused. And when Jesse went out there and did it himself by moving closer or further away from the spot that they wanted him to, he was able to get globe results sometimes, flat earth results sometimes, concave earth results sometimes, and the flat earth never matched exactly. Yet these guys keep saying it matched exactly. They're lying to you.
Say from a ground and from the surface of the earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry. It matches perfect. The flat earth prediction to that star matches perfect. Whereas
Matches perfectly, he says. That's a lie. Blatant lie. Go watch any of Heffron's presentations with Alan and with Shame, and you'll see that that's a lie. It's not perfect. In fact, it's quite a bit off.
as the globe, it would be an entirely different position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement.
What difference does that make? So because the star's occulted, you don't have to account for refraction? Everybody right now, I want you to do me a favor. Close your eyes. You got your eyes closed? Okay. Do you think that things in the world are still being refracted? Or do you think you don't have to talk about refraction anymore because your eyes are closed? No, things are still being refracted, Austin. Well, we don't see the star anymore, so we don't have to take a refraction into account. What are you talking about? Because you closed your eyes?
So refraction can't even be applicable.
What do you mean? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with flat earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jaren experienced.
Yeah, but he also has like just one location that he does it from, or that it's very strict. And when asked to go do other locations, because here's the thing, here's the logically consistent thing. If you guys found something, then you should be able to go out to many locations and show that it always works. If it doesn't always work, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Experience only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field.
Who says it's horizontal? You say it's horizontal.
This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center, but that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue.
What do you mean? I mean, this guy doesn't get, if you're on a flat Earth and it's linear and it's horizontal going up above you, if it's a sphere, just wrap that around. What are you talking about? It's still level and horizontal and flat as for your local location.
It's an impossibility on a sphere, right?
Impossibility on a sphere.
So what typically happens? I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got 2 minutes. So
what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced, and this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed about Jaren's approach. Like I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking, he's not. I was there. I am in no way going to attack Jaren's character in terms of if I think that he believes this or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest, and he feels that he's willing to take shots and attacks to do it. So that aside, because it doesn't really matter. Take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the South. We went to what is seemingly.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep the show going, right? Who gives a fuck what they see or whatever they want the people to believe? What they want is like the show to go on. This is what they want.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Hey, that was a guy that asked real quick in the chat out Flat Earth Outlaw asked about what I meant by the 185 miles away from where the rocket launch was from Jaren. And what I'm pretty much saying is the trajectory of the rocket doesn't go straight up. So he was wondering why it took a minute and 6 seconds to see the rocket in the air from 185 miles. Well, we know at ground level there's a vanishing point, right? That we can only see so far, and it converges, compression. Well, the rocket has to get up above that vanishing point, so that's why it took so long. It isn't because the Earth was curving, right? That's pretty much what I was trying to say. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the vanishing point is created by our eyeball. I was actually just, that's the name of my film for anybody listening. But that's anybody in this chat, and obviously we all know what a vanishing point probably is. It's just, the horizon is created by the limit of your vision, and it's only in film form that I'm able to do that. But if anybody listening along in this wants to find any utility and help calibrate your friends out there who have the right questions, mine's a good tool for that. Vikka's film is a great tool for really hammering down like that we know about the Antikythera mechanism. But mine's a good foot in the door because it's a little bit more of a psychic art film, and it's an easy foot in the door for anybody out there who you guys might know they're asking the right questions and they're not pretentiously table slamming about the Earth being a globe and stuff. People who are open, this is a good tool for them. So that's what I gotta say.
Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta Arenas. We saw the sun and it circled around us and it didn't go down. So then to claim that proves that it's a globe, I would have to say, if the Earth's a sphere, in the winter when I go to...
We weren't actually going to prove the Earth's a globe. You are claiming that. We falsified the flat Earth. And once you falsified the flat Earth, which is the only flat Earth map that there'll ever be, I don't know how many times I have to say this, if anybody thinks I'm wrong, then draw a flat Earth map that's not an AE map, and you can't. Wake up.
Antarctica, the sun will be...
So absurd, guys. This is the thing what I'm saying. These guys want to believe in maps as model. Wake the fuck up. This is where the people are going in the wrong direction. For fuck's sake. The AE map or a globe on a stand is not a model. AE map is not a model. For fuck's sake, wake the fuck up. If you're in the beginning of understanding, you're trying to understand something is wrong. The basics of what is a model first. Let's fucking debate what's a model. An AE or a globe is not a model.
Right. It's a projection. Yep, that's all it is. Even the globe. It's just a projection.
Exactly, it's just a projection. A 2D freaking production or 3D projection.
Projection. Yep. Good point.
It's art.
What's up, Larry?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, what's up, Lowry?
What's up, Larry?
What's up, Larry? How you doing?
It's good, you guys. Good to see you guys are still keeping up the discussion.
Yeah, it's fun.
Keeps on going and going, doesn't it?
It's the tea. It really is. It's the freaking tea. It's fun watching these guys fail, and I mean, we just get to sit and wait. It's just like that's kind of what I was saying the other day. It's like I'm just waiting for people to just like literally just watch our stuff, and then numbers of people wake up, and then we can continue the conversation about never having to pay to live again. It's not a bad idea, right?
That'd be a
Yeah,
nice
indeed.
ending for sure. Yeah.
Let me kill this fan over here. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Right. Yeah, I want.
It's not as much as not paying to live, but using the barter system to have a cooperative set of communities.
Like a return of the actual free market. Like,
right.
What's up with the freaking, like, we get some postcard that says you get $1 off at the farmer's market with comes on Saturday mornings from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And in that 2-hour window, you might be able to get a potato, and here's a coupon for $1 off. Like, that's not a free market. Like, a free market is not like asking for like, we need to stop asking for permission. Like, these losers sitting around in these city halls and stuff. Oh, you got to go and apply for a permit at City Hall so that you can rent a parking lot slot at some church parking lot every other Saturday to maybe sell a couple carrots and to make no profit. Like, they've absolutely set their traps to make sure that being able to like grow food and then manifest it and share it with their community. Like, anybody can make a living just growing food. Then we wouldn't be working for these horrible systems. So it's like, if we're growing food, there's no starvation. And then beyond that, it's like we don't have these stupid bosses at these worthless jobs that, you know what I mean? It's just like, I'm just saying, like, the economic solution is a removal of the cause of the problem. And it's handing our living wages or any section of it to wars and to false science, their science. True science wouldn't require payment. It would just display itself through example. But yeah.
Well, if you walk your way through the definition of science in general, there's a deeply divided version of what that is. In other words, psi. If somebody out there in the chat wants to do a word breakdown of psi,
scientific is to know that it is fiction. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, what you basically have is you have people that understand what science actually is, which is the scientific method versus science. If somebody somebody in the chat, if you want to do the word breakdown of like what science is.
Science without psyop.
It's scientific, and it goes from Latin to English as to know that it is fiction. Scientific, and
so but we've been determined and indoctrinated into science as in the scientific method, which the scientific method is powerful. It's synthetic, and I think we're at word games. We're at a word war. We're in a language war, which is really what it is. It's like, well, if we all start shouting words at each other, like what words matter, which versus which words don't matter. Right. And in Zetetics, my understanding is this, and like all you guys chime in, is that it's a truth seeker set of definitions. Zetetics is. It's basically what do I see? What do my eyes look at? And what is it? What does that do? And then we set it to measurement, right? An agreed upon measurement, right? That's Zetetics. Everyone, I'm pretty sure everybody in here that's listening to this conversation is probably a Zetetic, whether you know it or not. And feel free to brag about that to all your friends. I'm a Zetetic. I can measure it this way, and that's how we all arrived here. Right. But people that have never went through the process of even understanding what Zetetics is and or the scientific method, they just understand science is like, well, science is real. Science is real. Listen to the science. They
it's
just
an
do
appeal
that.
to authority, and I think that the scientific method, as powerful as it is, it's not much different than a hammer that's in a box, which you can use it to destroy and construct things. But science itself, even as a whole, modern science, whatever we do, even Aristotelian scientific method, all of it, it's still just a fragment of what alchemy has to offer. Like,
of course.
And if it's a fragment of something else, and we see all the mystery schools and all that kind of stuff that's just been, shelved and outdated, it's a problem because there's, obviously we know the schools are horrible prisons, but, not being taught what zeteo, which is the Greek word that zetetic comes from, what that even means is to seek and to inquire, right? And seeking an inquiry is just an application of discernment. And you know what alchemy can do is help people apply metaphysics in which they can prove things for themselves that go beyond things that can be like necessarily shared in a group. So it's like, you know, it's like if people are working together, more than 2 or 3 more minds are collaborating together, then obviously, you know, you have to scientifically deduce something in order to have a starting position. I think it's
Of
just the
course.
beginning of something.
Of course, and you also get what you get out of all that is like you know the average person that sells, say, real estate or insurance, or they are a doctor, quote unquote. You know, these are lifestyles that fit into the matrix. They're blocked into the matrix. If you never had a chance to actually go out and actually, I don't know, extend your knowledge into, say, measuring something, say the square footage of your living room, right? You know, say if like your wife is not necessarily scientific. I'm not saying your wife, but like your partner, your partner is not scientific. But like you're like, I want to get a couch that will fit in my living room, and say then you measure the square footage of the living room, and like this is going to make a lot of sense. Yeah, nobody does that. Nobody does that in modern times. It used to be, you know, when you're designing your house, or you say you're building a house, or say you have an apartment or something, and you're going to buy some furniture. It's not really that hard to go out and take a tape measure and measure. And this is the kind of couch that will fit in this situation here. That doesn't occur anymore in our modern parlance of like working through things, right?
Right.
Well, what happened with a lot of this community, at least in this community, we applied that in a projection over the course of the horizon, per se, right? We actually extended what we knew about, say, measuring and building a living room all the way out to as far as our eyes could see, right? And this is the problem that you have with most people that don't understand the measurement of it, because I think this whole thing is very simple. It's curvature math. It's we're not spinning. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Those are the 3 main things. They're so simple to most people that have spent a little bit of time in science. For the majority of the entire populace, they have no idea what the fuck that even means.
Right.
No idea.
I don't know
That's
what you
true. They
mean.
never heard of it either.
And they question anybody who might be on a higher vibrational state. It's like, you know, I mean, it's like there are people out there, matrix people is what I call them, and they'll make sure you get thrown out in the streets to die if you just like say any type of language like this that they personally fail to understand. That means like anybody who's in here who is afraid of their coworkers complaining on them and then getting them fired. By the way, that's what happened to me this week. And yeah, I wasn't even talking about this stuff, but it's just the natural language that I get from hanging out with you guys. It's like in writing a book, it's like, yeah, people don't really understand those big words you're using.
They're not big words. We learned them in
and
high
it's like
school.
they're not big words. What are you doing, man? Huh? They're like,
no, it's just that they never hear them before.
And what the threat is like it's a threat to someone's personal investment of their own interpretation of a reality system, which was been made perfectly comfortable by the powers that be, that just kind of like use pawns like Austin and Jaron to freaking to become the authority that would be appealed to in an appeal to authority, and then their
they were guys.
The populations.
These guys were really planted, right? These guys were really planted from a very long time. I wanted to ask Lowry, what do you think about this clown debate?
I thought they were tossing a beach ball between each other.
Lofting, like
the show, right? Just the show, like.
I'll be straight up. I like Jared's totally he's off the farm. Witsit, the answer is still up in the air for me. I can't tell. I was talking to Saab. I had a long, like 8-hour one with Saab about talking about this thing. I was like, is it possible to do like so much of a gambit that you could surprise somebody and like one person's the bad guy, one person's playing good cop, bad cop? I would say that like if that was the case, Witsit's playing good cop. Jared's just totally off the farm. But in the debate, I didn't even watch it because, like, everything I heard about it, everybody said they were just throwing softballs to each other. What does that mean to me? Nothing. Zero. It's like if you're just making softball questions to each other, then either it is an elaborate gambit or who the fuck knows, you know? I'm always one of those guys. I'm like, well, once I have evidence that somebody went the wrong way, then I'll examine it. And right now, Jer is completely off the foundation. I spent 10 years with that guy, talking with him everything. We were down in the gutters, and then to watch him flip, he went full. He went the trifecta today. Now he believes the moon landings are real. Like, I can't even fucking believe that shit.
Yeah.
After 10 years of this guy, like literally the anti-NASA guy of all time, says now that it's real. I'm like, this is just, am I in an alternate reality right now? You know?
Lowry,
Yes, you are.
Lowry, I should tell you, and you can call me later if you want me to show you this. But Zetetic Truth Tube, him and I play chess together a lot. He sent me one of his upcoming videos, and I've already said this in this chat, but I'll be brief. Dude, freaking Jaron went to a freaking all-male Jesuit college, an all-male Jesuit, like private college.
Isn't that Catholicism in general or no?
No, it's
No,
not
dude,
Catholic.
I mean,
No,
it's
it's different.
Like, dude, I like, call me sometime. I'll unpack it, but it's like dark occult bullshit. You know, like, yeah, it's it's where people.
Did he not think that we were going to call him out?
Do this, dude.
Did he not think we were going to like see what he did? Like you know, hundreds of thousands of people.
Probably knew. I mean, I think the thing is,
Somebody was saying before that
start,
he used to
dude.
talk about it all the time, though.
Like he's been a plant from the get, dude. Like he was extorting people with like Bitcoin scams. Freaking, like, it's really crazy, man. But like I mean, I just got filled in on some of this recently. Like, you know, Tom gave me his research. You know, you saw Tom on here like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, like it's for real. It's like that's the only way we can really unpack this research is editing good videos.
So what do you make of like basically the interaction between Witsit and Jared? Because I haven't even watched the debate because I already knew what it was going to be, and I heard from other people they were throwing softballs at each other. So I was like, okay, what am I supposed to do with that? I'm not going to like basically figure that one out because it's like, to me then, if they're throwing softballs at each other, either it was a gambit or like I'm not seeing something that, because I always ask, what would I do? What would I do if I really wanted to actually like get this debate over with already? I would have a winner and a loser. I would play bad cop, good cop. I would have put Jer as the bad cop, Witsit as the good cop. They're still playing that out. Witsit's not saying that he hates Jer yet.
$60, Lowry, $60 to watch that bullshit.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay that shit for nothing.
They didn't even
I know.
to each other. There was
So what did the hell did they really get from
maybe
this
money?
debate?
Maybe money. I don't know. I don't know.
They were testing the waters. They're going to take this on tour.
Is there a way to see how many people paid $60 to watch that shit?
No, I don't know how many people watched it.
Hi.
Gene says
Is there a way to see how many people paid $60 to watch that shit?
Oh no, they won't let us because
they're not
they
gonna tell
us. Yeah, that's
Come
their,
on, like,
that's their
can you right click? You can right click and like view the shit.
No.
You know?
Well, no, there's flat.
It's got to be on the dark web, like something.
Yeah, there's got to be some way, actually.
There's got to be some way to hack that shit.
Right, it should be public record somewhere.
If there's somebody in the comment section who's really good at tech, that's what we need right now. We need to know that.
The analytics of that would be gold because I would like to see how many people are actually paying $60 to watch.
What if it's like 2 people?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So they're hyping it up.
So
it's like all the NPCs that are at a Katy Perry concert. Do you think those people who are like filming on their phones, do you think they're real? Do you ever see any of the footage from those phones at a Katy Perry concert?
No.
I don't even think any of those all of that footage from behind the phones is actually even real.
Dude, really?
So what you apply that to? What you apply that to actually, if you're talking about, like, say in the context of Witsit and Jer, right? So
Yeah.
like you've got a big stage show here, right? You've got one guy that's sort of still supported by our side, which would be Witsit, and Jared completely fucking walked away. Right? Okay, so like now what do you do? Witsit knows. Witsit's been approached by like everyone. He'd be like, look, dude, I don't care. What are you doing? We don't know what you're doing. We don't care what you're doing. I haven't seen the evidence that he's being an asshole yet. In other words, I still haven't fucking thrown him to the ditch. It was weird of their debate. It was just a softball throwing competition. That's weird. That strikes to me as gambit. Outside of that, then you would get to the point where it's kicking the can down the road, extending people's further analysis of debate on down the way to save time. In other words, same thing NASA has been doing for years. It's like
They've been kicking the can down the road
Right.
forever.
Well, this
it's
was-
just a really
Yeah.
big can.
Right, what
It
I'm
was a
saying
really
is-
big can shaped like a rocket.
I'm applying that same gnosis to this situation. In other words, these guys could debate for the next 2 years. Guess what that does?
Exactly.
That makes us analyze their debates for the next 2 years, and not actually pay attention what is actually going on. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
Chamber.
I gotta say real quick, the video I was talking about, the one I was referring to, it turns out Tom is in the chat right here, and he just sent it on Google Drive, the same one he sent me last night. You guys, like, that video is the one I'm talking about. Vika, you could even like pull that up if you really want a solid, like, it's like 4 minutes long, and it's like, oh man, there's some stuff in there that I didn't even know, and it would probably be useful to Lowry to see that, because Lowry, that's what I was gonna send you later, but like, it's really tea. It's
What would I be
really
looking at exactly? What's the
okay, so Zetetic.
But yeah, I think Tom already left a link there. We would appreciate that the people after can go and watch it by themselves. So
Yeah. No,
Tom have some traffic too, and
Yeah. No, not trying to overload you, but I'm just saying, like, that video is crazy, and it just gets into, like, again, Lowry, you gotta find, like, this is where we pull up like old, like, dark magic books, and we know what Jesuits are and shit, and these are people
course.
who like set people on fire and shit for gypsy hunting bullshit, like, whatever. These are fucking crazy psychotic people who make really crazy agreements that are, often irreversible for people who join. But
Right.
Jaren is definitely one of them.
Can you explain?
So I wanted
Wait,
to
wait,
answer.
really. Wait, I'm sorry, Zika. Can you explain to Lowry what tea is?
Yeah.
Because that's been like a very trendy sort of topic lately, and people
Yeah.
don't really realize like what the tea is, because it's such a weird kind of.
I don't have any idea what she's talking about.
All right, so you remember the old saying, "Spill the tea."
Yeah,
Mhm.
we came
Oh.
up with the name based on people asking me for the tea, and then we call it the True Earth Alliance, which is basically like the way we, identify with each other in a nonprofit organization. But it's like, it's also people being like, so what's the tea this week? It's like, well, we call each other and spill the tea about whatever's going on
indeed.
with
Yes.
Flat Earth,
All
but
right,
it's also
copy.
like, it's a play on True Earth Alliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so
I mean,
what-
it's a double meaning.
Yeah. So what I wanted to add, guys, is this: what Laurie said about all the debate, what it could be. For us, Lowry, this guy is also a plant right from the beginning. That's what the people can see it very clearly, right? So this whole debate for us is a clown show, just to put a show of control opposition, two wings of the same bird, right? It's the same shit. So same
Right.
fancy show going on to keep people entertaining, keep conning, keep grifting. So if this guy is
Another-
still selling a 24-hour sun, so it's to create more
Content.
different. Sorry.
She said content, but I would say kicking the can down the road
Content.
would be the same thing.
Content. Media
I
that
would say
creates a divide.
I would say it's part business as well. With they have a couple of people involved with wanting to make money off of everybody. So that's what I see. I think it's a combo. Yeah.
And it's
I
a
mean,
great distraction too.
I have an
Yeah.
alternative theory that they already have the money and nobody's actually sending them money, and that like they just got it in a bag. But that's just a fun theory I have.
A bag of money.
like Will Duffy just handed them a bag of money and enslaved them both.
Duffy
I
bag.
think they're clones. I think they're clones.
I would have
I'm
a
not gonna rule it out. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's the opposite way around. I think they were threatened with financial discourse if
Yeah.
they didn't stick to the script.
Right, like you're gonna lose your super chat money, and you're gonna have to go work at McDonald's unless you do what we say.
Bro, they could have had people from like the IRS right there and just explain to them that
Yeah,
you have no chance. You have no chance against us, and here's your script.
Yeah, then
I
there
think,
was.
I think somebody came to visit. Somebody came to visit Witsit's girl while he was gone. I heard to collect something.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the whole thing's hairy, and I would say this like straight up is like the clearest one was Patricia Steer, Paul on the Plane. That was the hardest. That was the one that hurt me the most in the heart. Paul on the Plane. But like there was a really solid background search on those, and they all had the same underlying thing as they started that Bitcoin thing or whatever it was. And and we're talking like Patricia I knew for a lot of years. Paul on the Plane was super solid. Like he was one of the guys early on, the cats that like brought this to the forefront. It probably killed him the most. And he probably got involved with Patricia and with Robbie in a position where they like I guarantee you he would like to run from the hills and never be heard from again. He's got a family. I guarantee you, I'm not sticking up for him. That was the hardest one for me because we went through it way back in 2015. Like he was the guy out at fucking lake out there in out there in Nevada, and he was like doing all the early shoots, all the early long distance photography. He doesn't want this at all. I don't think Patricia wanted it either. She's a bit of a I don't know. She likes the way she looks, and she's a bit of a hootie too. Those people disappeared. They both disappeared. They took the nugget and disappeared. Jer had to stick around. I know Jer had to stick around. That was part of his thing. They probably had more on him than whatnot. But that was the ultimate thing for me. It was like they were all stuck in this fucking Bitcoin bullshit, whatever they got up to, And then you have that, and you walk that together with Witsit. I'm just this is just my opinion. He got caught up with them, having been with them for years and years. I would call him like 3/4. Controlled opposition. 3/4. Like there's still a bit of Witsit that's there, but he's having to walk the line because he ain't saying what he used to say. And that's me just being straight up. It's like you're not exactly the way you used to be. You're still playing the flat earth line, but you're not quite where you were before, And then
Lowry, but you imagine all these guys coming back and none of them. So he's the only guy he's claiming that he's the flat earther after all this shit. So imagine even he flipped. Imagine what would be the situation. So this is all to continue the
narrative
for them, because flat earth was a gold mine. For them it was a mine which is not anymore. Right? So this is what is happening. So they have to continue this show of I'm against this and I'm a baller, but still believe me to a 24-hour sun. This whole 24-hour sun, we know TFE is bullshit, right? From every angle we have seen, right?
So it's suspect. It's sus all the way across the board.
Okay, so, no, it's more than Lowry. It's more than sus. It's more fucked than sus because this guy, this clown on the screen. This clown on the screen wants us to believe that he saw a 24-hour sun, same like Jaren. And he says it's a ball and he thinks it's a flat earth. These guys are sellout, straight, flat. Right?
Well, Vika, you were there with me the day that I was looking for a sun angle from Buenos Aires on my live chat. And I didn't get one. I didn't get one there. And I spent a whole hour of time on the record. I was like, okay, I just need this one thing. Didn't get it. Then the one thing I did get on when they were on the glacier, allegedly, I got some weird thing when he shot the camera at a compass. And it's still up on Reckoner. Like, you guys can go back through and watch those two shows. He gave me like 2 seconds of like what could have been easily done from Points Arenas. And I think the solution would have happened for Points Arenas. I've always said that. And you can track me all the way back through every time I've talked on here and every time I've talked on Reckoner. It was like, I think we had our answer in Points Arenas. If they were actually there, they wouldn't open up and actually do it. I set aside an entire show. I said, I just need where the sun is. I need the time. Where's it at? Give me an angle, approximate angle from the horizon. Never got it. And again, I say this over and over again because I want everyone to know that I repeat this over and over again. I never got that observation. I would have thought that would have been super easy. Just like on the glacier, I was like, dude, you got mountains that are like fucking 50 miles, over there. That's the perfect, curvature test with long distance photography. They didn't do that down there either. That would have been the first thing I would have done. I would have said, I was like, we got a mountain way over here. We got a mountain way down here on this thing. It's the perfect long distance flat earth thing. They didn't do any long distance photography down there. It's weird, dude. It's fucking weird.
Well, like if you ever read like Hegel, I mean, this is dialectical magic. That's what this is, dude. The reason they're opting out of saying certain things and there are lies by omission, Lowry, is like it's that they're leaving certain things out to maintain an illusion, to create something out of nothing. And the something out of nothing is the entire idea that that the TFE thing is even legitimate whatsoever. We've unpacked some disproofs, and a lot of people have to kind of like start sharing things with each other efficiently in edited form so that we can save ourselves time eventually. But like that's the thing. They're keeping people tame in an Overton window to make sure that whether Jaron believes in the globe or Austin believes it's flat, both of them agree upon the reality of the TFE.
You're talking about the dichotomy trap?
And it's the same. It's the same thing the germ theory people do with the VIR US.
But Ira, don't go there, please.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to say definitely, I think that Will Duffy was doing his rounds prior to, he was checking everybody out, who he could get, who was more gullible than others, who wanted more money than others, who had the most followers than others. And then he calculated it, right? And he got these 2 guys. He tried to get a few other people that turned down the trip, supposedly. I don't know if that's part of the show as well, but either way, they knew that Austin needed money, and they knew Jaron would take money. And I think that's what it boils down to, in my opinion.
No, he could see. He I think also RG. He saw that how these people were manipulating the community and say, yeah, these guys are the perfect. If they are, if they're successful in manipulating large group of people, for sure, they can have any narrative. So as you were mentioning, like they wanted, and I think, or Ira also, right, that they wanted the people to believe in these 2 different aspects of 24-hour sun, right? Lowry, do you believe that there was a 24-hour sun after all that bullshit?
The only thing that I ever took from all of it was like I was reading Lady Blount's stuff before they even went, which was not Robotham. It's not Zetetic Astronomy. It was her or his understudy, Lady Blount and Albert Smith. And they had one thing in their, it was in the preamble of a 40-page paper that said they had somebody down there playing cards at midnight on the, I believe it would be the summer solstice. Just get it right for me. But basically, they had illumination at midnight playing cards to it. That's the only evidence I had. An old paper. It's the only thing I dealt with.
Midnight. Yeah. But Lowry, midnight could be possible in some part. Just midnight, and you might have a light.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not a sun.
Yeah,
it might be possible.
Well, I went back and reread it, and there wasn't anything about a sun. It just said illumination at midnight. That was all it was.
Exactly.
And I was actually on with Z and when Z and they were rambling about, not Chiquita. And I was like, look, dude, that somebody saw something down there. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, we don't understand how the sky works. I was very clear about that, like way beyond or way before they went down there. I was like, they could see something that I don't understand, because I'm reading these old papers. I guess if we're to believe these old papers that they're in existence, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because like if the heliocentric model is bunk, which I believe it is, then I don't know how the sky works. I have no idea how that works. And so I was okay with whatever they saw down there if they went. I was okay. Now you have this big conundrum that's going on right now, which is the Witsit Jaren dichotomy
Where are the
trap.
tickets?
And they're going to spin that all the way as much as they can, and ask people to spend $60 to watch them throw softballs against each other. I don't give a fuck what they say. None of that makes a shit to me.
I have a question. Just really quick, just like, have you guys ever traveled with a passport? And like now they don't really stamp your passport when you go through customs. Like you have to ask them. And
I always ask them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you got to request.
what does the Antarctica stamp look like?
Oh, that's a whole other rabbit hole they've already gone down. You guys have been gone down.
But like
the
I
rabbit
asked
hole
Jaron
down,
to
right?
show me his Antarctica stamp.
Oh,
Didn't
that
do
was
it.
you.
He never did it.
He didn't do
Yeah,
it.
we were showing that video of you calling him like earlier in this episode. That's so funny.
The one where I was like, dude, just like.
I mean, and he has it missing, but also there's someone who shows what the Antarctica stamp looks like. It looks like a continent, fake continent of it, but yeah, no, it's so funny.
Yeah,
You're the person who called him.
Vlad showed it on his channel, the Antarctic stamp.
That's what it is.
And what the tickets look like from Punta Arenas and Antarctica.
Did you guys happen to find the one?
Does Antarctica have customs?
Hold on a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Did you
I'm
guys
so confused.
hold on? Did you guys happen to find the one? And this is the one that I haven't went back to look at. It should be on my channel, which is the Friday night, or maybe it's on their channel. The Friday night where they were in Punta Arenas. He's pointing the camera, and you could see illumination to the south over allegedly Antarctica, and then he pans this way, and you've got the sun to the right. Has anyone found that one? Because I think they burned it. I think they erased that one. That was the one I watched live. I was like, well, that's interesting. You've got illumination to the south, according to them, if they were actually at Punta Arenas.
You restreamed it, so
Right.
they couldn't.
I've seen that one.
I'm not sure I
they were out in the
Yeah, you
hotel,
restreamed it.
and they had in the parking lot. They had
When they walked
what's
out
the name?
to the little park.
Yeah, we restreamed
Yeah.
it on record.
Is it still on my channel?
Yes.
Okay, I want to dig into that because that's interesting. Because if they were actually there, if they were, you've got this little bright little bubble of blue down to the south allegedly, and then you've got sun going down over here, which was the whole thing with me and Roger Ledwell. That was the whole thing when I was fighting with Jared to begin with. Is I got Roger in Denver, me in Brooklyn. We had a triangulation for where the sun was. All I needed was Jared to say, "Hey, are you seeing it north? And what time is it? And give me an angle." Never got
Well,
it.
They kept saying it was south. They were looking south west, and that's where the twilight was at like 5 a.m. So they were looking southwest. If you can think about where that is, I don't know exactly, but
Well, it would be. I mean.
Jaren cut it off before the sun would set.
Well-
So what if the sun never sets there, and that's why he had to cut it off, and then that's why they had to make the excuse up that Duffy was stealing their live stream and they couldn't go live because you were really annoyed that because you wanted them to live stream the angle.
All I wanted was an observation. That's it. I just wanted an
Yeah,
angle.
but you wanted them to live stream it. Everybody was all upset that they didn't
I
live.
sat there for an hour waiting for him. Didn't get it. But like again, I mean, anybody can do. If you just get a buddy in Punta Arenas, so just find a buddy down there, and get a time, approximate angle of sun. It can be anybody. It doesn't even need to be any of these fuckers that did this
Oh
shit.
my god, does anybody
Get them to do that, and we can do it.
in
We can
Punta
do a
Arenas?
triangulation. It's super fucking simple. And if you get a triangulation where the sun's looking north of Punta Arenas, they don't have to be at Antarctica. Me in New York or anybody anywhere, it's going to show there's garbage all over this thing. There's garbage. There's so much garbage on this thing. It's fucking retarded.
There
Yeah,
is.
but I want a pen pal from Point of Serenas.
That would be the idea.
I want a pen pal. I want them to just send me diagrams.
Just do an observation down there and get the time and make sure you can confirm it and be like, which way is the sun? Roger Ledwell, me and him confirmed. We were like, where we were seeing the sun at that exact time. I was looking to the approximately southwest. He was looking approximately southeast. We said, where would you think that sun was, just with using your eyes? And we were like Louisiana or over the end of the coast. South of Louisiana. That's what we agreed on. We're like, that's pretty close. All I needed Jerry to do was to look at the sun and say, hey, where are you seeing the sun? What time is it? Angle. Didn't get it. Very, very disappointing. Because we had 2/3 of a triangulation and we didn't get it from.
You know what? You know why you didn't get anything, Lowry? Because this is the thing. They know they're gonna fuck it up because they were not where
They
they
weren't
were claiming.
qualified to
So they
even do
cannot
any of that shit.
Yeah, and they were not even gonna give you anything because no, it's gonna fuck it up because they know people are gonna catch it up and it's gonna be more worse. So it was better to just avoid, right?
Yeah. So we hung out with Roger in Colorado a week ago. So apparently he's gonna go down there. I say out. He's gonna go out there. And he knows exactly what we're looking for. I mean, all we need is like, honestly, he doesn't even have to go to Antarctica if he doesn't want to. I think we can get our answers in Point Serenas. If he goes all the way to Antarctica, great, whatever. It's really simple. It takes like 5 minutes. Never even got the observation we needed. Nothing. Not even counting the long distance shit we could have gotten from all these mountains that are allegedly 50 miles away on an ice cap. That would have been perfect long distance photography proof. I mean, nobody did any of that. Nobody did any of that shit at all.
Wait.
And with the
How come
clarity
nobody's
of the air down
researching?
there too.
Oh my God, it's like, dude, you're seeing a mountain that's 50 miles away.
Wait,
Yeah.
Fucking pull out your P1000 and shoot that shit.
hold on.
Nobody did any of that fucking shit.
Hey, we're talking about above the water. So in order to get to Antarctica, you have to fly over the Drake Passage or like, I don't know if you want to call it float through it, which sometimes you can't really float through the Drake Passage. So what the fuck is going on in the Drake Passage?
Big waves.
I don't know.
What's
Guess
under
what I
the
found out
water? As above, so below. What's under the water that they're reflecting onto the above? Like, it feels like there's some kind of something that's underneath that is.
I don't know, bro.
I mean, I don't know.
Think about it. The Drake Passage. Do you follow the Drake?
Something to go outside of Antarctica, but like under it, like something for submarines to go
Okay.
beyond the.
No. You have to go through the Drake Passage. The Drake Passage is in between. It is terrible. Okay, you like the waves. It's like last week Lake Tahoe had like a whole shit show that happened. Right, there was like. By the way, speaking of Lake Tahoe, and I will like round this up, but there have been a lot of pickles that have been happening lately. And the guy who died in the capsized boat on Lake Tahoe was the executive at DoorDash, and his last name is Pickles.
No.
Has anybody ever met anybody with the last name of Pickles?
I've met one pickle.
I'm not kidding.
Fucking
Like, this is a serious question. The motherfucker started DoorDash. Okay, what do you get delivered on DoorDash? I don't know, a cheeseburger without pickles. Personally, I get with.
In one of my neighborhoods when I was growing up, his last name was Pickles.
Are you serious? You're the first person
Yeah, in Brooklyn.
Dude, no, I made a
in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Anthony
that's-
Pickles.
That's the
Anthony
name of the family
Pickles?
on.
Catholic kosher? Was it kosher pickle?
We went to Catholic school together.
Pickle.
That's the name of the family on
Hey, yo,
Rugrats,
Pickle.
which is like a kid's cartoon
Oh my
show.
god!
Tommy
It is!
Pickles.
Oh my god! It totally is.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Tommy!
hey.
Whatever.
Guess what I found out? Guess what I found out about traveling? They
Angelica
still make
Pickles.
airships. No, they make airships. You can take an
Pickles?
airship over Antarctica. You can take an airship over the Arctic, you can go a lot of different places. I found out, which is fucking
You know what?
cool.
I want to take a pickle-shaped airship.
You
I
might,
do.
woo.
Wouldn't that be cool? Like the Goodyear
Hell
blimp,
yeah.
but it was a pickle?
Yeah, I would go with you for sure. For sure.
We'll spray paint DoorDash on the side of it in honor of Mr. Pickles.
Hot pink. Hot pink. It'll be a watermelon pickle. Facts.
All right.
Seriously.
I love this theory. It's great.
I mean, like, why didn't they have pickle blimps?
I mean, they could. You know, we could call them and ask them why they don't. Maybe they could.
Do they have a customer service?
We're like, hey guys, make a pickle blimp.
Oh my gosh.
Hi. Hey, gentlemen, keep talking it out. We'll let you guys keep. We're just trying to provide some levity here. You guys are on the right track. Just keep fucking talking about it until we get to the bottom of this. Okay?
Yeah. And
I
Lowry,
love you guys.
You should call me sometime. I'll unpack some stuff from my stuff manually with you. You know.
Yeah, we need to do some music too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hey,
Yeah.
I do music too. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey,
exactly.
hey, music. Music is good. Love you guys.
Vika on vocals.
Bye.
Hey guys,
Larry, you had, you had those three major points,
what
right?
happened with
Yeah, go ahead. What was that, Gene?
Curve. You got curve, motion, and a pressurized system, right?
That's
here.
it. That's it. Leave it
You
at
know,
that.
bro.
And if anybody else tries to take you anywhere else, just tell them to fuck off.
Bro, a vacuum needs
Oh, yeah.
a vacuum needs a container too, bro. So they lost on that one also.
Has there ever been a pickle in space?
Pickles in space.
Oh yeah, so everyone who says there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica needs to fuck off, right? So absolutely, bro.
Just tell them to suck a pickle.
Love you guys. Mwah. See ya.
All right.
See you, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
Alrighty.
hey y'all, I do music. Hey guys, hey. No, I'm joking. Hey, pickles. It's nothing but pickles.
Oh
I know.
man.
Oh yeah. Somebody was asking in the chat why Vikka, why you hate Austin? Yeah, because he's freaking still pretending to be a flat earther. He should have fucking give up, same like Jaren, because these people are gatekeepers. Yeah, this is the fucking reason the community is not progressing. These fucking people have just given psyops, and if we continue, he's gonna be in the second psyop soon. Jaren was in 2 psyop, he was in 1. He's gonna be in the next 2. So good luck to who still are fanboys from him, right?
fucking Jesuit.
Dude.
Oh yeah, and it's time that the community maybe it's like a Mandela effect that had happened, which shouldn't have happened, right? Maybe we were like doing the same shit when we were doing 2 years before, right? Everything was all right, everything, yeah, that believing this and that, but many people were seeing this shit coming from a very long time, and the TFE's become a catalyst so that the people can see. So now that we can see, we're gonna be seeing every fucking move these people do, because these people are gatekeepers. These people are disinformation agents, right? They are having all the platforms and all the right places, but they're not doing the right things, right? So whoever believes in these clowns needs to disappear from here, right? Very far. So
yeah, man. And there's another I believe Jesuit behind them too. So I'll just keep it at that for now. But yeah.
Oh yeah, because whoever still is a fanboy from him and believes what the bullshit he's saying and it's gonna be doing needs to stay away from here. Yeah, because we are enough of it, right?
Yeah.
Because if the right things were happening, we were on another track, right? They want to create the entertainment, and now they have the players there to entertain, right? Maybe people might be thinking, oh, Vikka is trying to divide the community. These motherfuckers have been dividing from a very long time. Yeah?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
guys didn't have the eyes to see that these guys were planted right from the beginning, and everybody was like, yeah, the representative, yeah, the shit. And if you guys were so lost, it's not our problem. We've been seeing this bullshit from a very long time. It's just that because of TFE, we can say it right now in the public that these people were already planted out there. Right? So now that we see the bullshit, we're not going to be blindly saying, yeah, whatever, because no. Things have changed. Times have changed. Technology have changed. Right? And speaking about reach, oh man, I don't even want to blow my own freaking trumpet here, right? But yeah, I can go on. Why? Because Jaren, at least he's fucking. I'm out of here. Good for us. Thank you. You did your fucking job. You saw whatever you think you saw. You are a Grover. Good for you. We don't need any shit. But why is this clown here wanting us to believe that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which he means that there's a geographical South Pole, right? Somewhere in Antarctica, right? He don't have any basis to prove anything. He just want for a face value to believe that shit. What is it doing, right? And we've been seeing that he's one of the fucking biggest grifter after Jaren. He's their business partner, but he's also his student in grifting. People can see that. People who have eyes to see is going to see the freaking student of learning how to grift from Jaren. As we mentioned, as Ira mentioned, from which college he comes from. This all been trained to.
Right.
And he's training now Mr. Austin. And now they're creating this controlled opposition like Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
keep buying.
Austin
Keep buying.
always,
Sorry, guys. Go ahead. RG, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Austin used to always brag about his grandfather being a Mason, like a high level Mason. So maybe it runs in the family,
Who?
Austin used to say his grandfather is a high level Mason.
Oh, yeah?
How about that? Oh, what? Isn't that weird?
I've heard him say that a couple times in the past. So maybe it don't fall far from the tree,
Yeah. It's what it is, It's crazy. I mean, I just think, that their whole thing has just been a taming mechanism to. It's like the same thing that all these like other clowns on YouTube, like these Tim Pool type people, they're super chat slaves who tame their audiences into an Overton window of mainstream journalism. It's to go into the extremes and pull people back to a center, which is, again, it's dialectical control mechanism. It is a form of mind control, but the difference is what they're doing. They're pawns in someone who's doing it intentionally, and they know they're doing it. Like, it's crazy.
Well, hopefully after the community voices their opinion enough about Austin or Jaren or whatever, maybe they'll get the point and just leave the whole subject alone, and just leave that to people that are going to be honest all the fucking time, not part of the time,
Well, yeah, that is the reason they can just, as you say, just retire, dude. Get the fuck out. Just retire.
Yeah. He's done enough. I mean, he's only going to bring
not
more
allowed.
stress to the stuff,
Yeah. Well, he's got to get another. He's got to get another $10,000 so he can pay for the fuel and the repairs on that $500,000 RV of his. So,
Right. Right, like pawn that thing, bro. Like put that motherfucker on bricks.
Dude,
You
dude,
know,
that RV could be that RV could be a rented one, guys. Come on.
that's right.
These people fucking look like they have never seen or been around money, right?
Mm.
You can see that.
You think that maybe they rented the RV just to make it like kind of the same reason like there are like online scammers who are like, yeah, I know I'm really good with money and I have this like, look what I did with Bitcoin, and they'll just like go to they'll rent off someone's garage who owns Lamborghinis, pretend like the Lamborghinis belong to them,
Right,
and then
I've
use
seen
that
it.
to sell like PDFs and shit. I mean, I've
Damn.
seen that kind of scam. I mean, that's an interesting theory, Vika. Fuck. I mean, that happens a lot.
Yeah, I can rent a Lamborghini tomorrow if I want. It's fucking 300, 400 meters, right?
So that would mean that, like, well, I mean, it's just an interesting theory. It's like, oh, then
You
Austin
know
then
what?
must have just rented the $500,000 RV.
You don't even have to do that, guys. Just do like I did and go sit by one, right, and take a picture. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, just go.
Make believe
and
make
claim
believe
it.
you're gonna buy it.
Yeah. Dang, dude, that's
Hilarious.
wild. Because like, I mean, like, what do you think though? It's like, if he did that, then why?
Dude.
That pulls up the question why he so needs this money from YouTube. Like, that means his head would be barely
Exactly,
above
bro.
water.
Oh yeah, bro. If a $500,000 RV you own and you're gonna be fucking drifting on the internet,
That's
for
weird.
fuck's
Yeah.
sake.
That doesn't make any sense.
That also, yeah, that's true. It's like you would have to be so addicted to money it wouldn't make any sense. Like if you had a $500,000 RV, you could take that money and then like, I don't know, create like commerce with it. Like,
Dude, if you have a
Right.
$500,000 RV, you need to have a fucking $1 million house, right?
Yeah.
Like
Right.
maybe fucking $250,000 fucking salary or something, right? No, you fucking grifting on the fucking internet is because you're a fucking grifter. Low time. What do you think Jaren is too?
yeah.
Well, check this
These
out. Check
guys
this out.
are low time grifters where they started low and they reached somewhere and now they're having a hard time. Good luck. You try to screw a community, yeah, who fucking skin everything up.
Well, here's what got me, bro. Here's what got me in the beginning when I first came across Austin's material. He was staying at someone's house, I think, like on a part of someone's land. I guess. I'm not exactly sure, but he would be outside, right, on the like a patio. This is before he had a beard, right? And he wasn't doing it for money then, right? And I just remember kind of following him along, watching some of his content, and then he was trying to make up his mind whether he wanted to go and make money off of this, right? But he always would put it like, well, all this information is valuable, and like if I'm bringing it to you and you like this content, then don't let what you love go away or something like that. He put it like that somehow. And so what I didn't understand was if he's expecting a child, he's got married, did he not think that he should have a way to support all that prior to making a decision to like talk on a microphone, right, for money? Like, is that shouldn't he have had a plan is what I'm saying? I know I would have, right, if I'm planning on getting married and having kids, other than talking on a microphone, because this doesn't make a lot of money unless you're a con artist and you can really get the money out of people, right?
I mean, I guess some people can make money just like
RG, maybe it was like he said, all right, this gig looks like it's gonna go on for a very long time. Now it's time to
right. Like
yeah, and it's also like we could deduce maybe his whole thing with like, okay, the bag of money, it's like, well, maybe that bag of money that Will Duffy gave them is like not really a lot of money. Like,
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Like
that
part-time
too.
money.
and maybe
Yeah.
it's a lot to them because they've been broke the whole time. Like, I don't.
I think I don't think I don't think my opinion, right, that Will Duffy gave them bags of money. I think it's very different. I think it's opposite. I think he really sucked out the soul of these people out of them by making them being part of that shit. Maybe he didn't even fucking give them food there.
Yeah, maybe they made them pay for their own food while they were there. Yeah, gave them a fishing pole. Like, I'm just thinking, it's like now the bag of money theory is starting to become questionable to me, and maybe they're more like just went there and and just didn't get a lot.
Hold
And
on,
got
somebody.
conned by a con artist, like a bigger con artist.
And you know how deals can fall through at the last minute too, you know?
Yeah, hey, and that's a good question.
Oh,
What happened to Duffy? Like, where's Duffy at? Has anyone seen Duffy since all this went down?
He's like, here's your bag of money, and then it's opened
Yeah, I
up,
gotta
and it's like confetti goes everywhere. He's like, psych.
Pink smoke.
Yeah.
And say thanks for the video. Oh yeah, thanks for the video, Jared and Austin. Now you take your confetti and go back.
Yeah, here's a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, and a vape too, right?
Yeah.
Here's a vape. Don't let your wife see it. Put it in your crotch or something. You know. Yeah. It's funny.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So what is this guy still in bird mode? Are we gonna listen to this bird anymore? Or what's the plan, Mr. Vikka?
In the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky.
No, you made that up. You are making that up.
The circle for 24 hours, therefore Earth's a globe. It's a textbook affirming the consequent.
Well, you just made it up.
Textbook affirming the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's
affirming the consequence.
Look, I get all my hands up in the air. Patty cake, fake face man. Pull him up, pull him up.
That's a nice couch behind him. Did he rent that?
How about the light?
It's on wheels, man. You know, it's on wheels. He just rolls it in and out. You know, at night.
I just want to make sure it's clear.
That's his only room in the entire place, bro. You didn't know it. It's a studio apartment. He has no wife. He's no kids. You know, it's just all an act. I'm joking. He may be married. I don't know.
I just want to check bases real quick. Has he done any of the following? Has he? He's not going to answer my questions. I haven't heard one of my questions.
particular to it. How is it the surface of the Earth? You're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry. It matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect. Whereas
Matches perfectly, he says. It's a lie. Blatant lie. Go watch any of Heffron's presentations with Alan and with Shame, and you'll see.
What do they use?
Based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the center of a continent if we're using a horizontal depth?
Does anyone know what they use to measure? Like, do they use a really powerful laser, like, and they shine it up at the star kind of thing, and then wait on it to touch the tip of the laser or something? Like, is that like they measure from the ground and then they shine it at the what do you call it? The point, the ridge of the mountain, right? And then, because y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The really strong lasers, the military grade lasers, where you can shine it at the moon, and it shines on the moon. You can see the laser on the moon.
Yeah,
Like,
I've seen those videos. Like, what are your thoughts on that? It's pretty insane. And I hear it's like, I've heard like from friends who've tried it that they almost got caught and it was like severely scary for them, like having done it, you know? So, you know, I won't say who did it on here, but
because when you see it shocked me because either the moon is really close, right? Or the laser's just going to burn a hole through it. It's that strong or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
The laser is just that badass, and it. Yeah.
I don't know. It's something like that. There's got to be some kind of plasma, like superfluid up there or something, some kind of plasmatic fluid that light bounces off of. It's not a vacuum for sure.
No,
like there's
for
a
sure.
material up there. Yeah.
So
I think that's what
another thing I just noticed in the still image of Austin's studio, like adding to Vika's evolved theory about the bag of money theory is shifting its center, but like the microphone he's using is a Shure microphone, Shure. I've used that microphone recording a record, right? It's about a $400 microphone. Like it looks like a really, really nice one, like how some of these bro podcasts have the $20,000 microphones and stuff because they're, scamming Bitcoin on the side. That microphone's like worth like $400. Like I know this. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but I've used one of those before. So it's just something to. I mean,
balling, man.
Yeah.
What if, man?
If you were making $250 for a dinner, you might have a $400 microphone too, right?
Well, I mean, that's the situation I'm in, but I'm not like, I'm not selling people thin air. That's the only difference is like, yeah, I'm broke too, but like, I'm not going to sell people thin air. He is.
Some pipe dreams, yeah.
Right.
Adam, horizontal baseline that starts at the C.
Horizontal datum that starts at the C. It's level, not horizontal. I mean, are you? I think he knows this.
It's thousands of miles away. We extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure vertical distance above that, perpendicular to it. How is it that planar geometry is perfectly predicting and matching the angle to that star once it's occulted by the mountain? It matches the based on the time of the observer standing on the top of the mountain. You can draw a straight line from observer to top.
Billy J says, Jaron, you've seen him lie, you just didn't detect it. Yeah, that might be true. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I don't know. I thought that he was honest, so I expected that. And again, am I saying he's not honest now? So the options are either he's not as smart as I thought he was, or he's lying. It's one or the other. If he really has come to this conclusion and he's really speaking like this and thinking that this is proof of anything, because here's the thing. Imagine being in my position now. I know that the earth will never, ever be flat. Okay? So it's and it's not like a question. It's not like once you've seen it, it's obvious. Once you realize how the sun works, you're like, oh, the sun tells us. We don't need any information. We don't need anything else. The earth is mapped on a sphere. If it's not a sphere, then show me where on the sphere is increased.
The whole thing.
Yeah, show us your sun on your sphere. Don't just show us the sphere.
What? You can only
It's
show us the
simple.
reflection on the sphere. Oh.
Exactly. Recreate it and show us, Jaron. Just saying is not going to prove anything. Just because you say and your friend and your business partners say that you saw something there.
Yeah, man. And on your model, you're going to have to layer the atmosphere like your model calls for, like what, 7 or 8 different layers of atmosphere, different levels before you get to the vacuum. Exactly. Yeah, we need a recreation of that on your model, buddy.
Oh yeah, Jaron, maybe this is the thing, right?
On a ball.
Yeah, a map on a ball is not a model, right?
It's art.
Yeah, a toy.
It's called a bowling ball.
Correct. If you can't, then you don't understand how things work. You don't understand how things work. And nobody's ever debunked Google Earth. Nobody's ever debunked SunCalc. They're all globe dependent. Therefore, we live on a globe. It's time.
What globe dependent? What globe dependent, dude? This realm and the way the luminary works is like a perfect clock, right? Everything is divided and perfectly timed, and the time zones and everything. With that, you can predict exactly the sunrise and the sunset in every location. It's not depend. Nothing depends on a globe,
Right.
right? If something depended on the globe of seeing the sunrise and sunset, they should be there in the calculations of how many meters or whatever the curvature is and everything in the prediction. The prediction is only for the time zones at what time, and everything reverses,
Yeah, I
right?
think is he forgetting that you know, these softwares on computers are mathematically based, right? To just to tell you where the sunrise is going to be at a certain time. It's just math, you know, really, and it's not exclusive to a globe. It's can work on a flat surface too.
Oh yeah, that's what they've been doing. It's that's the difference between an analog and digital calculations. Before it used to be analog and now it's digital. But the same thing, you guys are just claiming that it's happening on a ball. The sunrise, the sunset, the eclipses. But it's all happening on a flat realm. It's been predicted for thousands of years. Just because your globe came into existence doesn't mean it is happening because of the globe, right? These predictions and these calculations and these postdictions
Mm-hmm. Well,
are
this is
possible through calculations.
you know, the idea for a globe originated with the cosmic egg. Anyway, the cosmic sphere, right? The celestial sphere that's the what you call it, the well, now damn it, help me out here, guys. The constellations, yeah, the constellations were mapped on celestial sphere. And then, you know, the idea came to make physical land on a sphere rather than the sky being, you know, yeah. Anyway, that's where it came from. They just hijacked the idea to put the land on. So,
Well, you know,
Oh yeah.
they needed that to take the creator away from us, so they made it all that big accident.
It's just an inversion. That's all.
Yeah.
It's like an inversion of reality. Just a simple, like, perfectly reverse engineered masterpiece in which both models can be explained, but only one can be disproven. That's why we're here.
And only one can be viewed.
Yeah.
Or visualized.
Yeah, the other one can insist upon itself, and
conceptualized.
that insistence substitutes quite well for many people because most people don't think about it, you know.
No, and that's why it works on paper, because they did it masterfully.
Yeah, it's just an inversion of the model, and you know, in math you would raise it to the power -1 to turn something inside out, and that's what they did. They turned our reality inside out and gave us the obtuse inversion of it, which is in itself, it's like, yeah, I mean, it like, imagine, you know, I think about it, it's like, it sucks we're paying to live and shit, and I don't like the slave matrix stuff. However, it's like, think about how cool it is that we all met over the context of this massive discovery. So it's like, you know, I'm trying to look on the bright side and, you know, operate with emotion of gratitude too. Like, it's a fucking insane thing we're finding out about, but like, it's a Riddler's maze, but like, you know, alternatively, if everybody just knew everything right away, you know, what would life really be? Like, you know,
no,
like,
true. That's, you know, we're limited down here, bro. We're very limited.
well, let me put it this way. An illustration, I think. Return of the Jedi, the Star Wars movie. The best part of it is the most evil character, Emperor Palpatine, in my opinion. And with, like, imagine how good that movie would be without the worst person ever being the big villain at the top of the freaking, you know, it's like level 8 in Mario, you know, you're building up to something, and that big Emperor Palpatine guy who's doing all the evil shit and is responsible for the entire Empire conspiracy well, it gives dimension to the characters that are trying to overthrow him. So it's like that's what it does for us too. And so no matter what, like we're going through with all this, it's like, wow, like pretty cool that we discovered this. But they're like population wise, there's very few of us relative to what there's about to be biggest growing movement ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Let's say hello to Sam. Sam, how are you?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
What's up, Sam?
What's
Why,
up,
what's up?
Sam?
What's up? I'm up. I just woke up, went to the net and said, "Oh shit, I missed Vikka's stream," and then I saw that it was still on. So I jumped in. I know that you changed the hours, but that's all right. How you doing? How you guys doing? All right?
Glad to see you.
Oh yeah.
Glad to see you too. So what's the topic?
Kicking and rolling.
What the topic is? Oh, Jaron. Oh, Jaron again. Vapsit. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I saw it myself because I am collecting some information for my next video, and I can just tell you one thing is that actually those two guys, they're not really fighting like they're just opposing one with another, but the thing is that they agree on two things. And it's funny because that always comes back. They all agree that they were there and that they saw a circling sun, like for 24 hours. And that's the thing they agreed, both of them, on. And I believe this is one of the main message there. Like, they were there and they saw the sun. The rest is all bullshit. I think that's the message I want to go to give us, because they were not there and they didn't see the sun. This is the reality. They could not be there. Even if you want to believe, you cannot believe. You're obliged to.
And we are here, Sam, and we are here to make sure that the people know that they were not there and there is no 24-hour sun.
Exactly.
Right?
This
and
is the point.
We don't believe in a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? Especially from con artists.
Exactly.
That's for the beginning, right?
Exactly.
We don't believe in a 24-hour sun in Antarctica by con artists.
Exactly, and that's the agenda they have. That all the rest, they're going to sell you whatever. They're going to tell you whatever you want to hear. Okay, you're right. It was fake. But they were there, and they saw what they saw in the skies. That's so fucking important for them. That's the agenda. Why do they need to to make us believe this? We're going to see.
That's going to be the fuel for them, Sam. Right when they do a tour.
Exactly. So that's the message I believe that what they agreed on. What they don't agree on, this is fucking for the show. It's bullshit. But anyways, that's my opinion.
Alrighty, so let's listen to this a little bit.
Cash it in. And sad thing is that I don't think it'll happen in my days here. So I'm ready to move on because I can't keep doing this. It's actually embarrassing and extremely disheartening to see people.
Yeah, he's saying he's enough and he's ready to move on. Now, why the fuck then he's still doing and calling out flat earthers?
Exactly.
They'll never stop.
They're just like confusing everybody. They're just like saying everything and then the opposite, and then it's.
Oh yeah, if he's done, all right, nice one, Jaron. Nice play, nice acting, perfect. 10 years. Screwing all your friends, right? Everything perfect, good. But why are you still making video? Flat Earth are this and this is that, right?
Well, because that's a part of a plan. That's what we have to understand. What these fucking guys have in mind. What do they want? What's their agenda? And then we can, analyze their attack in order to just counter them. And that's it. You have to understand what they're doing. They're attacking us. So we have to understand, what they are after. So
he's supposed to move on. Right? Then why is he fucking debating a flat earther?
Because he's a fuck up. That guy's a fucking fuck up. Everything he does
the so-called flat earther, right?
He didn't fuck us. He fucked himself. This guy's just like a He's just fucking everything up. Everything he does is a fuck up. Everything he says is a fucking is a fuck up. They're not even good at what they're doing. They're not even fucking good. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. That Will Duffy really, really capitalized on these people, and you're not gonna give them any shit. Yeah, for sure, you're gonna give them royalties.
This is what I found out the hard way, guys, was that, if you are claiming you are offering a service, right? You're offering a service in exchange for money, right? But you find out that if you're paying them money and you go and check to make sure everything's on the up and up, that the service that is being spoke about is on par, right? And all you're getting is a guy that doesn't have a secretary, doesn't have any help, right, to keep up with anything. He's trying to do it all himself. He's not living up to what he's saying the service he's offering. So that's why I took my service away and said, fuck that. I'm not gonna put any more money into it. So
Oh man, that goes back to the bag of money theory. Maybe there's like multiple bags of money that come like every week, and they'll stop coming if he goes out of the Overton window.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, maybe the bags of money, it's like $100 at a time. And, Will Duffy's bags.
I mean, it's not bad if he gets 20 bags a week, that'd be nice money, man.
Well,
or 10
right,
bags, even 10 bags a week.
Yeah,
Just
and
deliver
if he says something and he stops being tamed, then the bags of money stop arriving.
Right. Then he has to go back to his original scheme,
He has to go apply for work at a Whole Foods.
Hey man, I could see Austin bagging groceries or something. That'd be cool. All right. I'm gonna stop.
Stuck in this line of thinking, and then they all repeat each other. I mean, just think of what we just saw with Flatzoid, and those people are dumb as fuck. I refuse to be anywhere near any of the people like that.
The mountain to star, and it perfectly matches and angled down to a horizontal baseline with planar geometry, where it's significantly different on a globe, but yet the star's not where it's supposed to be, and we can't invoke refraction because it's after the star is occulted. So I'll say, basically,
like that. he can spit off facts while bagging groceries, bro.
And that fucking voice of him, it's hard for me to listen to that fucking voice, like fucking, listening to a chat GPT on steroids. What the fuck? It's like, it talks like a chat GPT, like, what the fuck is those guys? I don't know. They're not, maybe they're not real, maybe they're not human.
It's called toilet talk. You gotta get with it, man. Toilet talk.
Man.
Yeah. It's called word salad too, right? It's the perfect one, right? Yeah, you're gonna go there with Globers and trying to fucking argue about refraction. Go and do some fucking real experiments. Some real tangible experiments and observations.
Bam.
Right?
Go do it, boy.
I don't know. Man. Just
yeah. I can see him. I can see Austin like maybe getting a job tap dancing.
What always happens is people.
He could do that.
What?
I can see him get a sidewalk job, like tap dancing, and maybe break dancing or something like that, earn some money, bust some leaves,
There's nothing, almost nothing human in the way he speaks, that Vapsit there. I don't know. How does he speak to a woman to seduce her? How does he fucking reproduce? I don't know.
You gotta lure them in, bro. Get some like chicken on a string or something, and like tug it along down the.
Imagine someone going on a date with someone who talks like.
Yeah. That's interesting because when you cut into a system where you have to lie and lie and lie, it turns you into a new species. It's like a different species of people. It's like they're different. They're
It's like a
maybe when his wife says like he says falsification is independent of replacement, like something like that for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. Dave, that's Dave's puppy, man. I think that's his pet.
Yeah, and they have the same agenda than Dave. It's the same agenda. They were there and they saw the sun. They were there and they saw the sun. So let's see what they're going to use that argument for. What's the point? We're gonna see.
Yeah,
We'll see.
In my opinion, bro, that's the three that are still in bed together. I don't care if Jaren's all day claiming that he's not. I think they're still tied in the hip.
Yeah, of course you can deduct that. You cannot prove that, because that's what's funny is that all the time he says, "Okay, where's your proof?" Well, we're not in a fucking courthouse, you motherfucker. We're in the fucking streets, and we know we can deduct the truth. We can know the truth and understand the truth without having a hard, evidence. We can just deduct it by logic. When you think about it, when you add up everything, you understand what's going on. You see, and so we don't need like a proof. And what's a proof for you? Like a video, like a fucking paper, like what? Everything we're gonna give you as a hard proof, you're gonna deny anyways. So
well, I think you would probably, I don't know. I mean that would be useful to have proof.
But what is a proof? Define a proof.
It'd be like to kind of assume that there's another person along with them who's guilty and is playing along with him. I mean, he came on this show. I just say it's like, analyze whether he's just a guy defending himself, and maybe he's wrong about some shit. Yeah.
Well,
I haven't seen everything about exposing him either. So, I'm just saying, like, it's just a thing where it's like, if a guy defends himself to death, it's like, like, he's just like, how else does someone better defend themselves? Like, if there's an empty space there, then that could be a problem, because it could be friendly fire too. I'm just saying, for sake of like philosophy here, not trying to say one way or the other how you should feel about it.
The thing is that you can defend yourself, when you are like wrongfully accused, no problem. But then you have to also analyze the accusations. For example, when he says to people, "Okay, I didn't say that. Just prove it. I didn't say that." That's okay. That means that maybe the guy that accuses him, just got confused and just lied. But when there is two people saying the same thing, or when there is 3 or 4 or 500 people, and 500 times you have to listen to him saying, "I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that." So there's something wrong, because that means that you have like 500 people that heard things, that are not true. And this,
well, maybe he's tilting.
It's not logical.
Maybe he's tilting because he's online a lot, I mean, just think like it could be a mental health thing.
No problem. We are allowed to think anything, but then you have to, you have to make sure at one point, you have to, make sure to know if he's lying or not. And there are ways to know that, there are ways to analyze everything he says and how he says things. This is what I'm doing. So the video I'm working on. And actually, when you analyze all that, you can always come to the conclusion that it's not normal. His reaction is abnormal.
I'm open to seeing whatever there is. I just haven't like. I'm just gonna be honest here. I haven't seen that, and it could be expositional, whatever. But like, yeah, send me if you have a list. I'm sure you've got some new videos that I haven't seen that are on this topic. But yeah, I've also just been working a lot, so
and that's the thing that is good for him, because he makes so much, videos and so much, podcasts and everything, that you have to be extremely organized in order to isolate everything he says. He says like 100 things like every day. So how can you gonna remember what he said like 2 years ago, what he did, So that's
hard to remember that.
He uses that. He uses that in order to be able to say, "I didn't say that. I said that. I was the first one to say that." And then if you don't have the hard evidence behind to just put it right in front of his face, then you cannot fight. So what we have to do with we have to analyze him and to just like operate him, like make a surgery, like a fucking brain surgery. On that guy in order to expose.
I mean, he came on here and defended himself. Like, I mean, I'm not saying who's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's like,
no problem,
someone who's really in on some shit it's kind of unlikely, So for someone to come on and be like, "Hey, I'll face these questions right here,"
Yeah, but he's a good salesman, and he can confuse everybody. It's a job.
That's
It's
a
a profession.
hypothesis. I mean, again, I don't know. I'm just saying that's a hypothesis.
That's why I'm doing all this, because I didn't know. Also,
Fair.
I have doubts, but we have to chase
and
that
the hypothesis deserves to exist for sure. I'm just saying, like, and it's fine to entertain a thought. I'm just saying, like, yeah, psychoanalytically speaking, which psychoanalysis, I'm a big fan of Lacan and Carl Jung and stuff, but I would say that psychoanalysis is in itself not a science, hence why it's not too smart, or why it's not a science, which makes it useful in the sense of discernment. So I'm just, I'm interested to see what you have to show, for sure.
Yeah,
So.
of course, because he can defend himself. The question is, how does he defend himself? Saddam Hussein, when he got defended himself in court for like hours, it doesn't mean he wasn't guilty. He was guilty. All he said was bullshit, but he was like speaking, like made a nice speech. And that's the thing. Is that speech, true? Is it truthful, or is he like playing with you? And that's the whole point. That's
Guys, what is creating more, whatever the way that things are rolling out and has been rolling out, it's freaking creating confusion.
Exactly.
Right? Whoever is the representative or the so-called representatives are saying right now, it's creating more confusion instead of right way or right answers. That's why everybody have to be in their right mind and more focused right now on everything and everything that people say, do. Right? So
Good point.
this is what I mean.
What if he's just
is
wrong? What if he's just incorrect? Right? There's a difference between it being incorrect and lying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but at one point you have to understand who he is. That means
And
that
I don't look, and I don't think we should try to. I didn't mean it in a way like we should try to persecute the guy. When I said about that could still be tied at the hip, I mean that up to this point, there's been a lot of defending of what went on down there, or from that side. Now, I'm not an investigator. I don't know everything. It's just things that I've noticed, or little things I've noticed I've had to point out that, just because I'm trying to be as honest as I can with my approach, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And I make mistakes as well. I'm fallible, of course. So yeah, I don't want to persecute anybody. I just really do hope that the truth comes out in the right way,
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to persecute anybody that's going to want to kill me. I'm going to go after the guy. I'm going to go to the jugular. I'm going to go to the fucking end, because the reality is that we are defending ourselves here. We're not attacking anybody like wrongfully. We are defending ourselves because we have a network of traitors from within our organizations that are attacking us and are dismantling us, so we have to react hard. Those people are playing hard. We have to fucking play hard. We have to react hard. You cannot be soft, say, oh, maybe the guy, maybe. No, fuck maybe. Just let's find out for sure. And let's fucking go for it and fucking destroy them.
Well,
that's
like
the idea.
even in a court with like habeas corpus, like innocent until proven guilty, and again, what you said was there's no proof yet. There's psychoanalytical clues, sure, and I'm willing to take a look at that, for sure, but yeah, there's no proof. Well, it's kind of hard to do that.
Just let me put it this way. Like I said last time, imagine if I tell you, okay, 2 plus x equals 5. You know that the x is 3. This is a logical deduction. Now I can tell you, well, you don't know if it's 3. Where is the 3? Show me 3. It's not written 3. You say it's 3. You see, those are tactics in order to give me a proof. But we know that it's 3 because it's logic. It makes sense because we can deduct it is 3. But there is no 3 written. Number 3 doesn't appear nowhere. You understand? So this is how they play. Those are like Jedi mind tricks.
Well, I think the equation would translate best into like an edited video in which this is unpacked, and I'm sure you've made stuff about it, and
Again, what I'm
Yeah,
saying is, personally, I'm willing to look at it. Let's take a look. Yeah, anytime. Send it to me. You know,
That'd be nice.
sure. You know, I just haven't.
Yeah,
I
so
haven't
this is
seen
the
those
reason, guys.
videos yet. So
Yeah, this is the reason I was saying that in these times we have to be especially very focused and seeing, keeping attention on everything what's been happening, so nothing can be missed. Right? This is the reason we are also analyzing all this bullshit to see what the fuck this is up to, right? Whatever the people think and whatever the people wanna think that it's like this or like that, but the people can see it with their eyes. Maybe some people are not gonna say. Many people are not gonna say things, but they know what the fuck is happening very well.
Me myself, I'm a better visual guy. Like Ira was saying, like the series you've been doing, Vika, is good, man. We've had a lot of input from a lot of different people and different angles and things I wasn't even thinking of, you know, that was brought to my attention. So I'm appreciative of what you're doing, man.
And remember one thing: we didn't start this. They did. We didn't start all this shit. Who started it? We didn't say that, you know, all flat earthers are like fucking, you know, idiots and fucking nasty. He said. We didn't, you know, so we are reacting to what he said and to, you know, the position he took. It's not like, you know, we didn't do nothing and we started like accusing.
again,
he
I
did it to
interpret
himself.
that as he's tilting. His mental health was just fucking. His phone was going off. Like, I've called people ankle biting chihuahuas. Like, I've fucked up with my phone, being like, "Holy shit, this is going off," and you know what I mean. It's like it could.
Yeah, that's good for one thing. Like if you know fuck up one time, it's normal. You're human. You can fuck up. But when you fuck up like 200 times, and you know, and the way you do fuck up, you see that it's coordinated. It's like, you know, it's thought. That means it's not like, you know, something that this guy says from his heart. It's like, you know, I thought about what he's saying. So when you see all that, it's hard for us to believe that maybe, well, it's maybe mistakes, maybe he made a mistake, maybe he doesn't mean it. It's you know, I think we passed that milestone already. I don't.
Whoever, guys, I think that Austin, we all know what he's up to, and people who still believe him is questionable, brother. Whoever it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You see, with it, you know, what more do you need to judge? If you cannot judge, you know, if you cannot see who Witsit is, or what Witsit is not, so at that point, you know, I don't know what we.
So whoever is exactly. So whoever is a fanboy of Austin is questionable, brother.
Exactly.
Whoever it can be.
Exactly.
Or they haven't seen everything, or it's just someone who works too much and hasn't seen a lot of videos too. Like, you think about it like that too.
Yeah,
like,
you can think, you have the right to think,
some
but
people,
then we have to
some
take
people
out.
aren't shills just because they support someone that they don't have all the information about. That's
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
You know?
you're right. You're right. They are chills because they do much more than that, and they do much more than that. You understand?
They, I mean, those people are
there's a
chills.
problem.
I'm just talking about like the people who might currently be fans of some of this shit. Like, you know, some people who today think that the world is like, you know, they're still in that state of questioning, but they've never been exposed to like all our films and stuff. So it's like a lot of people out there are well-meaning, and they're just trying to go down the rabbit hole in their own time, and they're finding out that having your own time is suddenly valuable. They're much later to the game than we are, but it's just like, you know, it doesn't prove bad faith when someone finds a freaking Witsit video from 3 years ago and is mirroring it on YouTube or
So
on
what will prove their bad faith for you?
What's that?
What will prove their bad faith for you? Like what will convince you?
Proving bad. Oh, you talking about like a person who's like who's like a fan of that kind of stuff. It would be like someone who's deliberately. I mean, it just depends on their level of exposition. I mean, that would be unpacked in a philosophy debate. It's really hard to tell because, like, you know, I've personally been a person. I've been a person. Sorry, I'm stumbling my words, but I've been a person who's done friendly fire on people who haven't done shit before,
and later you could find out, and it's like I got a little egg on my face, but I wind up making good with those people, right? Well, that's the thing, is like the heightening of targeting people who are of suspicion. Well, it's an excess of psychoanalysis, and when you like it, like I've used it on some people, and it's really been advantageous. It's just, I will admit that, like, even those realms of psychoanalysis can occasionally misfire, and when it does, I felt really bad.
Dude, Ira, sometime, it's difficult, to
Yeah.
think how the things could be, but you can't help it. It's not in your hand, brother.
Yeah.
Not in anybody's hand. What the outcome is, and what the people are perceiving, and what is being perceived, the way the things are rolling out. So no one is responsible for how the things are coming out, right?
Yeah.
Even if we try, even if it's our opinion or not, or pro or con with someone, something, but that's how the things are rolling out. And
yeah,
you cannot just keep
Well, we can
like
control how we react, right, and what
Right.
we put out into the universe. Like, and that's why I said I don't personally want to persecute anyone. I am seeing what I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing what I'm seeing, and I'm making my own mind up. I don't want to be influenced by anyone, and I don't want to influence anyone. I'm just putting into the universe what my personal experience. That's all. That's all.
Oh yeah, and there are many things, and there are many things we didn't expect it.
Yeah.
Still now, even today, and it's happening. So,
yeah,
what could you do?
yeah, we can only. I think I can only try to help those that know me, like that's in my circle, I guess, that hear my voice in a way, I guess you could say, and try my best to try not to put onto somebody exactly how I feel, but give my proper advice, I guess you would say. Yeah.
You see, that was important, Ira, what I asked you, because
right.
This is how you can know if you're wrong or right. You have to know the both sides. That means that what you're saying is that you know what cannot prove something, but you don't know what can prove something. What you understand? So that means that you seem not to define exactly that line there, not to cross, because on that side, maybe is not, but on that side, of course, he is. But you have to know when do
you have to know where the line is, and I think everybody's
that's hard.
line
It's not
about
easy.
what's a mistake versus a sin is different,
Until when do you accept he's just like it's just mistakes, and he's not like he's not a liar? Until when do where is the limit? Like, if not, you can excuse everybody. You can excuse Hitler, you can excuse all the despotic people in the world. You can excuse everybody because you have no there's
everybody's got different limits too, though,
right. And I just think that, like, everybody has different limits as based on experience. Like that is where subjectivity has a truth that people wear on their own heart. Some people are Christians, some are not, and it's just like some people move their needles, some people become something else, some people come from something, and it could be from a place that's dark, and if they're going towards a place that's not, then it's not exactly on us to be able to predict the future on that. It's just, I'm just saying, I'm not saying I know all this, and I also haven't seen as many videos as y'all have about who we're talking about, and I'm just saying I'm open to seeing
of course,
what's to be revealed, and I'm not even saying you're wrong, whatever.
No, yeah, of course,
It's nothing more to be, guys. There's nothing more left to be revealed. I think it's more revealed than it should have.
Yes, of course.
So I think it's more than enough. What?
I was going to ask you, with that being said, what you just said, like, in your opinion, or Gene, or whoever wants to answer this, like, what would be the next step as a community for us to, like, what's most important for our next step, I guess you would say, you know, in your opinion.
The
Well, I
thing is
want to
that
hear
you're
from,
saying
I just
you're
want to
talking about
hear
you're talking
from
about the
Vika.
community, but that's a very good point, because you say as a community.
Mhm.
Are we a community? Do we
That's
act
what
as
I'm
a
asking. That's
community?
what. Well, I mean, there's a
I
few
think we
other
just move
people.
on to what we were doing before this ever happened.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say, bro. Like, let's catch the drift and enjoy it. You know, we know the truth. We know the truth, and for me, that's good enough. I've given in my small circle. I've tried to give the truth. So that's
Yes, but by doing what by keep on doing what we were doing before. Remember that what we were doing before, it's exactly what allowed them to attack us. It's like, we cannot be like a herd of animals, like going around and just like, hunters are shooting us, and we just keep on going. At one point, we have to learn from our enemies
So
and
what do you
react. We have to
propose?
keep. No, what I propose is always what I propose. We have to keep on doing what we're doing, of course, all the time. To speak about flat earth, understand everything, but maybe we should work on our defense system, and for that we have to be organized. We have to become a body. We cannot be individuals just talking on internet all the time. At one point, we're gonna have to be structured in order to be able to defend ourselves. We cannot defend ourselves if we're not like united around the body. This is like basic
I'm gonna
logic. So
need a
at one
bag of
point, we're
money,
gonna have to
man.
do this.
So you're
I'm
saying
gonna,
you're gonna move to the United States?
Yeah,
right.
bro.
I'm gonna
No,
need some. I'm gonna need some Duffy money, bro.
We're all gonna move there?
no,
Come
no, you
on
don't.
now, dude.
It don't have to be a physical body like in America, but we can organize ourselves into some kind of or association or federation or something that's can regroup us. For example, I give you an example for that fucking TFE shit. Okay, if they make a documentary like they went there, as an association representing like 20 million people, 100 million people. If we sue them, because we can sue them as a group, as an entity, because we can say, okay, that's not true. You never went there, and you just like So it has more weight, more it would be do more damage as a group, as an association, federation, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. As just like
Okay, can
simple individuals, you understand? Because we're not nothing. We're like free elements.
Guys, before we continue, I
can
want Gene also to answer what RG asked. Gene, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I think we should just go back to doing what we were doing, going through all of the different aspects of where we live. I don't think.
Alrighty, Ira.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people. What has to happen is expositional synchronization. There's videos that people have seen, many people in this comments, many people on this panel that I haven't seen, right? And that could be true for anybody listening along too. So it's just a
Absolutely.
matter of like getting effective at condensing what you mean by things, like maybe put it together in an argument that's written out, like maybe like okay, like one PDF paper that says here's a paragraph, here's the video, here's the paragraph, here's the video, right? Whatever. But to contextualize things makes this like it actually can condense these things that we're mitigating, and we're having to mitigate a lot of damage because this TFE stunt is a damage control mechanism to completely fuck up what momentum we had, because it's very simple. There are people out there who might be asking the right questions, and they tell me like, oh yeah, dude, like I've never seen anything about all this stuff that you're showing me. Like there are people who talk to me who like have questions about the flat earth and stuff, but then when I show them like my film and then use that to show people other films, show them Vika's films, like they're like, wow, like straight up, all I can tell you is I could try to Google this or try to search for it, and that none of this ever comes up. But then what I'm saying is like maybe we put these things into playlists and stuff, like and then we share it with each other just upon like, hey, if someone has a question and you think of something, think to just like condense things into playlists for each other. My playlist is essentially the writings I do on Substack. But I'm not, claiming to be absolutely right about this or that. It's just, if I question certain things, I think that some people, I just demand to maybe see, hey, yeah, let me see some stuff people have put together. I'm sure it exists. It's just a lot of people, maybe some people listening around, maybe you guys are hardworking people outside of this stuff, and maybe we didn't have time, maybe we missed a note, so we just got to sharpen our own perception by like making sure we're seeing the same thing. Yeah.
Alrighty. So, yep. What I would like to say is, we have to, first of all, keep doing what we are doing right now.
Yeah.
Right? Everything happens for a reason, right? And if you might believe it or not, but that reason is always for good. Even in that moment, it would looks like or sound like the end of the world, but for the long run, it's always good. So we need to keep doing what we do.
Yeah.
We want to clean our house, our country, our community. We have to clean it from the inside first. So I think we have come to a stage where these so-called representatives needs to go. Maybe find another job, maybe, right? Or another niche. Maybe start making alien videos, or gonna make much more money, right? And let the people who are doing real research, real observation, real studies, and want to do real stuff for the future generations to come, of all this struggle that we had in this decade in trying to tell the world what is the reality. And with the help of the technology, we have reached to a state that in the future, our generations can continue this research and we leave something there. And there is a possibilities, right? Instead of being behind this so-called self-elected con artist who've been diverging the community's progress in a wrong way, right? Flat Earth can be proved every day, every moment, every breath, everything you do, right? Also, I agree with Sam. Okay, we need much more organization. Maybe it's going to come in the future, but first we have to house clean. And the people who are sleeping, because it's also about the community, is also about the resources, guys. If we are not putting the resources in the right place, we are not going to go anywhere. Guys, if there are more than half or 75% of the community is so blinded enough to fucking throw the resources for nothing, for bullshit, for smoke, for thin air, we never fucking gonna get anywhere.
Exactly.
Organization happens with resources. Good experiment with peer reviews happens with resources, right? Getting in the education system and getting with the right sciences needs resources. The resources and the interest and the focus have been on bullshit and clown shows, right? That's why it's not going anywhere. There's a lot that the flat earth research and education can be taken into for the future and for now, that can change everything. But we are far away from there. But at least the first step is realizing the possibility that it's possible. We need more than we can imagine to prove this earth is flat and stationary and geocentric and everything else around it. Math, science, everything we have. The only thing we don't have is because we are being infiltrated with con artists, right? And the self-claimed protagonist. That's why it's not going anywhere. Ask them to do some real stuff with real resources, and let's do something. Nobody's interested. Everybody's interested in fucking debates with these globetards or between these fake business partners and throwing money and time and energy and bullshit. It's not gonna go anywhere, right?
Yeah, man.
So
I hear you, brother.
the thing, Vika, you're right. That's exactly the point. That means we have to clean the house from the inside, and therefore we cannot keep on doing exactly what we were doing before TFE. Because before TFE, we didn't know we were under attack that way. We didn't know that. So we were like, doing our things. But now we have to keep on doing our things. And plus, we have to do more than that. We also have to clean up our house. Is this something new to us? Something that we didn't do before, that we never did before. So you understand now the approach is different. We have to keep on talking about flat earth, of course. But in the same time, Counter-Strike. In the same time, clean our house from, so it's a different thing. It won't be never going to be exactly the same as before. Now we are changing, we are evolving, we are obliged to react to what's going on. Because if you don't react, there's no point into discussing about flat earth or building a community that's going to be attacked and destroyed and divided all the time.
Yeah.
What's the point? You understand? So we have to ensure that we can defend what we are building.
I think Sam, the idea is a great idea. I think first for me, this is just for me. I think we should focus on education as far as public trying to get some of this syllabus material, like the most important things that this age can latch onto. Like people have short attention spans, so we got to kind of educate in short segments in a way. I know YouTube does the shorts. Maybe we could do something similar to that. And then also maybe even trying to get in touch with Congress. I don't know, whatever legislation that needs to be passed to get in the public education, I think would be something I'd like to work on.
I think Congress is the opposite of progress, but that's
right. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I know what you mean. Like I also understand what you're saying. I think we can educate through aesthetics. I think the new generation of kids are sick of getting shelved at schools, and I think these parents working 9-to-5s shouldn't. Mm-hmm. And I think most people who are working jobs that are meaningless don't deserve those jobs, not because it should be reprimanded from them, but because they don't deserve to be mistreated at these horrible corporate centers. I don't think these freaking like call centers should exist. And exactly. I think the education needs to go into realms of where you don't put your money is these horrible corporations. Like imagine what happens with a spiritual awakening where it's becoming intuitive to like, hey, stop shopping at like Target and Walmart, y'all. Like it's really lame. And like, that kind of education comes from like underground movements. I don't think we have to ask Congress for shit.
Yeah,
right. I don't think I literally meant Congress. Guys,
I know it might not sound the right way going through Congress, for example, or your political whatever is the structure in your country. I understand that.
I mean,
but sometimes you gotta play. Sometimes, guys, sometimes you gotta play with the rules, right? To get in, right?
Yeah,
this is how it works.
We've been by the rules, though.
Yeah. So what I mean is, like, you have to play by their rules sometime to get in somewhere that it starts rolling by itself. That it's in the future is going to take the effect of what it's supposed to be. Right.
Yeah.
And their rules give us the possibility to fight them. Their rules are made that we have an opening. We have a possibility to fight them, with the system by entering the system.
Oh yeah.
You understand? But we have to think as a system. We have to think also as government, as a defense department, education department, finance department. So it's the same thing. What you're talking about education is true, but now we have to think about defense. What do you do about defense? You understand? So we have to have different fronts. We have to open different fronts.
We got to keep our mind on who's coming after us, though. Like
Exactly.
we're
Better art.
doing we're kind of doing the grunt work right now. Figuring out all the holes in what's going on, right? And we see it, but there's got to be a way for in the next 10 years that we have made real progress with these kids.
I think we
that
make better
would be doing
films. Not better films, but we just keep making films. Like honestly, films are the only way we can unpack any of this.
There are other ways. There are other ways. Many other ways. But for now, that's all we can do because we're acting as individuals and we.
And thanks. Oh yeah.
So we can.
What else
can we do?
Oh yeah, and thanks to technology that we can do it without the backup of a big production house. These people have screwed up 100 times more already, for sure.
Yeah, especially all the new softwares and the new AI stuff. There's a lot of ways that to make these kind of productions for cheap, very cheap.
Yeah, and I mean, and even beyond that, it's like it wouldn't hurt to just like continue. I mean, like I like I say, it's just like some people's my job is being an artist, and some people, they like some people want to unpack flat Earth by writing a book. Like that's what I mean by art. I mean, and when I say by film, I'm like, okay, well, we have our own eyes. The only way to duplicate what I'm observing is to put it into context. Like, like Tom's channel, Zetetic Truth Tube. Like, okay, what better way to show what you're seeing than to make art about it? And I'm just saying, like, that's what the new generation of people are listening to. Like, these kids who are going to school are just dumping water into their Chromebooks so they don't have to do their homework. I respect those kids. I'm those kids are actually smart.
RG, Ira, I want your opinion on this too. All right. And anyway, guys, we will be wrapping this up. So we will have our last thoughts. RG, Ira, you're going to go first. You mentioned about Tom, right? For example, Tom, our brother, is there in the chat.
Yeah.
But because of these gatekeepers and many other gatekeepers that we have in the community,
go ahead.
Other reason, even people like Tom don't have the traffic where what he needs to have, right? Don't have the place where he needs to be because these so-called gatekeepers are not interested, right? That he himself said that these people are fucking robbing things from him. He's an amazing content creator. So this is a problem.
Yeah,
that is one of the big problems. Because if you're not in that club, good luck to you, bro.
Right.
Anyway, we are more than 4 hours. For me, it's almost 6 a.m. We're gonna have last thoughts, guys. Don't keep it short.
Well, look, I'll go first. I'll go first. I just want to say I appreciate you, Vikka and Gene, for holding these spaces, man. Keep it up. I'll come when I can, and I'll contribute what I can. Like I say, I'm a disabled dude, man. I'm fucking broke all the time. But guess what? My art is my work. I like how Ira said that. And what I contribute, I have noticed, just like Lev was talking about, Lev Kung, if y'all know him, talking about like noticing certain people like named starts with the letter Austin, taking his work, right, and running with it and acting and not even saying, hey, I got this from Lev's page, or like, sure, we can all share, right? But don't exclude the ones that come up with stuff like this that is important, because it is our creative, likeness, right? It's our inner passion that we give, and everybody does this freely. That I've noticed that's a real person. So I just want to say thanks to those people. Keep up your hard work. And I guess, if we do become some kind of real nonprofit or something like that at some point, yeah, maybe then we can license our stuff or something. I don't know, but I just want to say thanks, man, and Ira, Sam, and Gene, and Vika. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Absolutely, brother. Oh yeah, always a pleasure. Ira, go ahead.
Yeah, that's I gotta say I really appreciate this space. This is someone the other day was saying, "Oh my God, you should start a podcast." I was like, "Why would I start a new podcast? I'm already on one. It's the only one you guys ever need to hear. Like, you want the tea once a week, and it's like we're not overloading. We're literally giving you guys the tip of the spear, and we're updating each other. And vicariously, there's people who are guests here. They might update us, like here, link us to things. I create playlists out of the power of suggestion, and so I want to leave people with exactly this: the power of suggestion. I have everything, like I'm sure there's even Bible verses about it, but I've seen this in even like magic books and stuff. The power of suggestion is the thing that you all have. Everybody has. That is one of the most powerful tools we have. And it spreading each other's stuff. Like, that's what I'm trying to do with my stuff, is like tell even in my film, I'm trying to tell people within the film towards other people's art, so that people aren't so lost, because we can't have them depending on Google searches, and we all know that. But yeah, the power of suggestion is huge. And I think if I were to endear what Sam's suggestion is like, yeah, we make good art about this flat earth stuff, and we're gonna have to move into physical media, where we have physical media that references to these things and actually utilizes power of suggestion as best as possible. But to anybody out there, I made my flat earth movie for free. I don't make a dime on it. There's a reason for that. It's a spiritual necessity. I don't want money to determine whether people can freaking watch an art film about why I think the earth is flat or not. People need this information. We deserve to know where we live. And there are definitely people out there, and you know what? Their art is way shitty. Like, the people we're talking about, their presentations are horrible, and they've never made good art themselves. And that's what we're pointing out, is like this distortion of frequency is one of aesthetics as well. And we're just sitting here being like, well, okay, everybody's listening to these guys like they're the tip of the spear and the authorities on these things, when really, yeah, there's a lot of gatekeeping, making sure that people don't see real art that's about this, and like obscuring people like Tom from Zetetic Truth Tube, obscuring people intentionally to kind of like shelve it and make a power suggestion that's not so powerful, right? So I hope that wasn't too long, but I love you guys. This is really fun. So
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Right on.
Well said, bro. Well said. Hey, and I'll call you soon, bro.
Yeah.
And y'all have a good night. I'm gonna jump off. And yep.
All
Yes,
righty.
sir. I just seen your message yesterday, so I'm gonna get to you.
Give me a
brother.
call. Let's talk soon. We'll hang.
Yep.
All right, bud.
We'll do it. All right.
Yeah.
See y'all.
All righty, Sam.
Well, all I can tell you is that before TFE, I was like just talking about flat Earth, of course, trying to reach as many people as possible. But it was also a kind of defending flat Earth, because so far the attacks against flat Earth were external. Like, the medias were making fun of us, all the social media, all those globers. So the battle was at a media level. So by making movies and by exposing them or talking about flat Earth, we were in the same time defending ourselves. Now the situation changed, because we understand that we are being betrayed from within. So at my level, I switched my priorities into not just talking about flat Earth, because for me there's enough talk. Everybody wants to know about flat Earth, can know about flat Earth, but I switched my priorities into defending what I'm trying to build. You understand? That means that there's no sense into trying to talk about flat Earth or making a flat Earth community if it's going to be destroyed all the time, or just like warn every time. So this is my priority. And now the last thing is about resources. You talked about resources. You tell me that you told Vika that we need resources in order to do something, but sometimes it's the opposite. Creating something, a body, an organization, creates resources, because at one point resources come because they have a place to come to. You understand? As soon as you are a body, you have resources, and making like a non-profit organization is bullshit. We have to make a profit organization, make fucking billions, because we're gonna need fucking not billions, fucking billions. Read my lips, billions. Because we're gonna have to support channels, we're gonna have to support political parties, we're gonna have to take care of lawsuits or all kinds of shit at an international level, not a local level. So we're gonna deal into fucking billions, and we're gonna need these fucking billions, not to to go party, not to do orgies with fucking whores and champagne. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about using that money, because we're gonna need so much money, because what we are trying to do is something huge. It's something at a biblical level almost, something huge. So that's just my message. We have to defend ourselves, keep on talking about fathers, but also defending ourselves. And like you said, Vika, just clean our house, clean our house, and to be able to go on. That's very important for me. It's my priority, because this is what's most urgent for me at that point. For now, it's my priority.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. Well said, brother Sam. Yeah, it's true. I can second that too. In many of the things that you said, but this is the thing also, brother, that the resources, the understanding of getting together, and that resource will come for sure. That's how it should go. But the people need to understand that, because the resources and the focus is in the wrong place, right? So absolutely, brother. Nice to have you. Gene, last thoughts.
Yeah, bro. Thanks for staying up so late, Vika. It was a great show. And thanks to everybody in the chat for taking care of everything. It was good to be here with you all. Hope you all have a great week. Thanks for being here with us. Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier, I didn't get a chance to say anything, but I wanted to say that in the height of the summer here, we get dusk stays around till like 9:45 at night. So it stays light out pretty late. And I'm in New York. What is that? I forget what parallel I'm on. 38 or something like that. 32. I forget. But now who spends $400,000 to prove the globe? Anyway, a guy that's in financial disruption in his life decides to spend all this money. That doesn't make any sense. And for these guys to come back and do what they're doing is just it is gatekeeping, and it's a divisive unit. They're trying to divide us like this, and hopefully I ain't falling for none of it. But everybody, like Ira was saying, I think people kind of look at people from their own point of view, like, oh, well, I know this, why don't you know this? Or I've seen this, well, how come you haven't? And or like someone was asking Vika in the chat, how many meetings, how many flat earth meetups have you been to? It's like, you can see it's like the ego's getting in the way, because if he been to 2 and he been to 3, now he's gonna feel better than you. And I don't hope I don't fall for that stuff. Because I love this community. A lot of great people in this community. We're going through a lot right now, and it's like growing pains, man. It's not easy for some people to accept what's going on, and I'm all right with that. They don't have to see it my way right now. I have patience. I don't need patience. I already have it. So yeah, they're gonna. I would not be surprised if they took this on tour, though. And started charging for more of these dinners for these guys to go yap back and forth at each other with this nonsense. I like how Larry put it there, tossing the ball back and forth. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happened, though. I really am. I can't wait. We're gonna have a lot of really great stuff when this comes out, and I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm comfortable where I am and where I've always been with Flat Earth. when I started talking about it, and now years later, I've definitely learned more through all you guys, and I appreciate all you guys for what I've learned through you. Yeah, I never really did give the teachers too much credit. Once I started learning that, you got to either go to a specialty school or go to college for specialized things, and or else you're fucking screwed out there with a diploma. It doesn't get you anywhere. You got to have bigger, better pieces of paper. So it just didn't make sense to me. Like I'm never gonna use this stuff. So I lost interest in a lot of that. And when history and science wasn't anything that I thought I was going to be interested in, it was actually really disappointing. So you guys are my teachers. Everybody's a teacher, guys. We're all learning and we're all teaching. They gave that label to teachers to take education away from us. Now you need someone with a special piece of paper or a coat or the right pen to get your information from. And thank God, like not a lot of us fall for that.
Yeah.
We understand who we are. We're all teachers, and it puts us in a special place, right? So that's what I'm going to continue to do is things just the way I have. And when 99% of the time, 95, I'll say 95% of the time when I'm out in public, I'm looking for someone to talk to about the flat earth. And it goes into other things too. The straw man is the easy one because we're all in that enslaved tax system by these friggin' zombies, That's an easy one to get them into it. And there's 100 different doors we can open, but to kick them open is the wrong attitude. So yeah, what do they call that sugar pill? They give 10 people a pill. 5 of them are real. 5 of them is what is it? Placebo. Thank you. That's it. That's almost like what Ira was saying, where suggestion is very, very powerful, and that proves it. And it also proves that how much our mind is really in control of us. So yeah, guys, bro, thanks for letting me close out for so long, man. I'm not gonna hang you up too much, brother. Thanks for the show, Vikka.
Just one small, very small point, important point, just to add up. Remember, in an army, you have different corps, you have different, sections. You have like commandos, you have people in the base, people sweeping up the base. You have all kinds of people, and in order to be effective, we need everybody. That means that we don't have to do all of us the same thing. We have to do what we're good at.
Right.
You're good at this, do that. I'm good at that, I'm going to do that. And we work together. We're in the same army, understand? So, of course, that's just the thing, the point.
Absolutely, guys. Everybody's got their strong points, and that's what we're here to do. School took that creative stuff out of us. We're all here to be individual, create ourselves through the other things we're seeing other people do, change it into our version of it through creativity, and then show the world it.
So yeah, guys, thanks everybody on the panel for being here, and thanks everybody on the chat for being here and spending time with us. It's freaking 6:30 a.m. for me. Yeah, I had my Sunday. I fucking had my 8-hour work shift. I'm here at 2 a.m. and now it's 6 a.m. I'm with you guys here talking shit here about all this, right? So anyway, guys, keep your fucking eyes open, guys. As I said, we didn't complete the review. This might take 2-3 podcasts more till we could finish this shit, right? But we are here. We are here trying to explore, as you guys are saying, with this speaking with what we are seeing, guys. So this is the thing. My view about all this is the way it's been happening. We can't help it. This is how it's supposed to be. If somebody likes it or somebody don't like it, it's not our problem. Things not always goes the way we expect things to go. So, and be open, guys. Be open for everything that could be thrown at us, right? And shit is gonna be being thrown more and more. So every time we have to be more cautious, more open, and see through the bullshit. It's time to just soften things up and sugarcoat things. It's time to see the truth and say the truth. Real time troubleshooting is required now. Open your eyes. Thanks, Ira, Sam.
Thank you.
Gene.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a great time. Thanks, y'all.
Oh, yeah. RG.
Thanks, guys.
And everybody, each and every one of you in the chat for being and spending your time with us. I cannot even words are freaking coming out of my mouth. So good night, guys. Love you all for being here. And yeah, this is because I'm signing out, guys. See you next week. Bye, everyone.
All right, see ya.
Later, guys.
Nobody.